BRUDRA. Pracovní oděvy.
Transport Project Drift has the best place for your sponsor decals in Slovakia.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back for watching Czech Drift Series Virtual Season 2025, and we are live. We are also going into the round 3, and it's looking pretty interesting because a lot of people are starting to have a really nice points. First, currently in the championship is Alex O'Hara. He is leading as he won the first round and managed to get 4th in the second round. Then we have Liam Akihiko on the 2nd place and Robert Kwieczynski on the 3rd place. Actually, we have about 6 places right now, and the difference between those 6 places, between 2nd and 7th spot, I believe, is about 8 points only. So there is a lot of to fight about. Right now we are on Moss Circuit, and we will show you in a minute the track layout, how it looks like, and I will tell you something about it. As you can see, the layout, right now we will have qualifications that will start in about 4 minutes time. We have initiation, the leader cannot pass the white line on the right side, as you can see right before the initiation line. Initiation line, it means the driver have to be in the drift already. Right behind it is outside zone number 1. The drivers should not be using handbrake if they want to achieve the full points over there. Then we are going into transition and into the deceleration zone. As David Kalash said in the briefing, the drivers should not decel before or in the transition. They should settle the car after the transition and then decel into the outside zone number 2. Then we have inside clip number 1, inside clip number 2, and outside zone number 3. There is nothing much about it that I can say other than the drivers should not really change the huge angle, just have a stable angle, transition into inside clip number 2, then going to the outside zone number 3 in full throttle. Then we are moving into the third inside clip, into the transition, and touch and go number 1, that is on the inside of the track. Then the drivers should go into the transition. Right now, the same as it was in outside zone number 2, they should not actually decel in the transition. They should settle the car in the angle and brake in the decel number 2. Then going into the outside zone number 4, which is the last and the longest zone with the wall. So there I believe we will see a lot of interesting action even in the qualifications. Drivers in the outside zone number 4 should hold the angle as stable as possible. So that's about it. Talking about the track, we currently have about 40 drivers from many nationalities that we will see. And right now we have about 1 minute that is separating us from a starting of the qualifications. And if I'm seeing correctly, Eduard Redmanis with BMW E92 Eurofighter should start the qualifications in a small moment. We will go in a group of 8 people, and then we have to change the drivers and restart the server. So you will always see a group of 8 people that will go and try in both qualification tries. The first one is Eduard Redmanis, then we will see Jeff Osborne. After that we will see Dominic Kirali from Team Reverse. After that Jelen Campbell, Stuart Holmesporter, Marek Kalus from Czech Republic, Vladimír Doubek, who is making a return for round number 3 as he was unable to manage to get into the round number 2, and Jakub Želásko. So it's a strong Czech group, I believe. And right after that, in the second group, we will see David Kundla from Czech Republic, Martin Jurčík, John Elgood, Stepan Ondráček, Tyler Duck, Trey White, Talal Nahar, and Saif Hamdan. The third group, starting with the Czech driver Jan Mateáš, after that Kilian Guerlus, Walter Boláček, Sebastian Sharon, Austin Mitchell, Chandler Crawford, Talhat Semenyemes, and Abdul Rahman Al-Alawi in the third group. Moving into the fourth, we will start with Ryan Eldina, then we will see Ondřej Winterlík, Niklas Netušil after that, Anthony Norfolk, Abdullah Al-Getami, Omar Bagdatli, Gert Kubarsep, and Gergo Galik. After that, we will see a group of another 8 people, starting with Ahmed Al-Subaga, moving on to David Beckmanis, Garrett Shaw, Martin Kondula, Adam Tomeček, Randy Noah, Jakub Bartko, and Sheriff Hassan. Moving to another 8 people that will be trying for the qualifications, and that's going to be Samuel Mirandon, Mohamed Ali, Michael Veras, Joseph Donik, Lucas Pasquini, Samuel Kuti, Matěj Oravec, and Robert Kwieczynski as the last guy in this group. And then the two best people so far, and it's gonna be Liam Akihiko, who won the previous round, and Alex O'Hara, who managed to win the first round. And before we start into the qualifications, we have to thank the partners that are supporting us, and without them there would be, of course, no CDS and no live stream. So it's Autoklub České republiky, BRUDRA, Transport Projekt, Intercars, Ravenol, Hagibor, Shell, JS Production. And I will also tell you guys that when we finish this round in 20th of April, we will see each other in Slomčin. And I believe there is only minutes or seconds that are separating us from the start of the qualifications. That will be starting with Eduard Redmanis. As we can see, some practice runs, because this is still not the beginning of the qualifications, and I believe this is Eduard Redmanis that will be starting first in the qualifications. We could see there is still some things he is fighting with, so hopefully he will be able to sort it out before the starting of the qualifications itself. Okay guys, and here we go with Eduard Redmanis from Latvia. Not the only thing that is from Latvia on his car, as he has HGK body kit fitted on his car, which is based in Latvia as well. So let's jump right into it. The first qualification try of today, and it's gonna be Eduard Redmanis. So let's see how he will fight with that. Eduard with quite a late initiation. He dropped the wheel over there, and he dropped the wheel as well in the second zone, and moving into the inside clips. Right now it's looking a little bit better, but dropping a front wheel as well. Moving into the transition into the last corner. This is going to be the hard part of the track, as the drivers will fight with not hitting the wall, and Eduard Redmanis was a little bit afraid of it as well. He wanted to make probably a little bit of a safe run, as he didn't get as close to the wall as we would love to see. So let's look at it in the replay. And speaking about replay right now, for the qualifications we will have this camera, but for the top 32 action we are going to be with Champifly, who is going to be the drone footage. So stay tuned, and you can look forward for the drone action that is going to be in the top 32. As you can see, Eduard Redman is barely touching the zone. Number 4, I'm sorry. So let's see what the judges will think about this run. By the way, Ondřej Koubek, Jakub Zapoušek, and of course David Kalash in the judging seats. So as I'm usually saying, very experienced judges. I believe you can trust their decisions in this one. We're still waiting for the points to appear in the graphics for the Latvian fighter. I'm not sure if it was visible in the graphics, but it's 60 points for Eduard Radmanec. So 60 points, still quite a lot of room for improvement for our Latvian driver. And right now we can see on the star, I believe, Dominik Kidali. Dominik Kidali with a nice initiation and moving into the series of the inside clips, and it's looking pretty good after a little correction before going into the outside zone number 3, and with a huge angle and a huge flick right before the last outside zone, and this is looking much better than we've seen on the run before. Still slight mistakes, I believe, still things Dominik would love to improve, I guess, but he can improve it in his second try. That will be really soon. Let's look at all the action from the spectate camera, as we will probably able to see some mistakes. Here with a huge flick, a huge and fast flick into the outside zone number 4, still not scraping the bumper on the wall as he probably could be, but I believe we can expect better points from the first run that we've seen before from Eduard Radmanec. Right now we have problems with the graphic, but it was 80 points for Dominik Kidali, so hopefully we can sort it out. But right now on the start, Marek Kalus, Czech drifter, real-life drifter with the same car as well from Zapalto Drift Crew. So let's see how he's gonna go. Initiation, not a huge angle, but pretty stable line and pretty stable angle. As we can see, not many corrections from Marek Kalus, and he flicked it huge on the touch and go number 1 and trying to put the bumper on the wall. As you can see, he managed to left foot brake into the wall a little bit in the middle, not as close as he could be from the beginning of the wall and from the beginning of outside zone number 4, but I would think pretty solid run. Little bit of careful initiation, I think, as he did not flick in a huge angle, but maybe it was a wise decision from Marek Kalus, as he was able to connect all the zones pretty nicely. We can see here on the outside zone number 4 that he was not as deep from the beginning of the outside zone number 4. It was not as visible from the first view as it is from this view on the replay. And it's 77 points for Marek Galus. So that's quite solid points for the first run. As we can expect, Marek trying to get better points in his second run. But on the start right now, Vladimir Doubek, Czech youngster, driving his Nissan S14. And by saying his S14, I really mean his S14, because he's got the exact same one with LS3 engine in the real life. Let's see what he can do. And Vladimir Doubek with a really nice initiation and nicely put into the outside zone number 2 as well. Really clean transitions and doing with no corrections at all. That is looking really nicely from Vladimir Doubek with a huge angle right before coming into the last corner and into the outside zone number 4. And that is looking really nice for Vladimir Doubek, as Vladimir Doubek was actually not able to get into the top 32 in qualifications in round number 1, and he's proving now that he's been practicing and he wants to get into the tandem battles right now, as I think it's looking pretty solid. And we can see he's on a full throttle, little bit of a left foot brake like right before the inside clip number 3, but no foot brake, I think, no handbrake as well, coming into the last zone, and that is quite nice run from Vladimir Doubek. Look at the beautiful car. What do you guys think about the half-cut bumpers in the rear? I mean, as Vladimir Doubek in his S14 has got the half-cut exactly same in the real life. And me personally, I love it. I love half-cut bumpers as high as possible. So what do you think about half-cut bumpers? I know some people don't really like that. Some people like the traditional style when there is the normal bumper. And it's 88 points for Vladimir Doubek from Czech Republic. And that's a really high score, and I think that 88 points should be able to secure Vladimir Doubek a spot in top 32 battles later on in this day. And we can see on the start another driver coming from Czech Republic, Jakub Želásko with BMW E92 Eurofighter HGK body kit as well. And quite a late initiation, and he is totally missing the inside lip number 2. Hopefully he's going to be able to get on the track again, but it's really difficult in drifting. If you make one mistake, it's really hard to get back on the track. And we can see Jakub Želásko, he managed to get back on, but he hits the wall in the last corner and straightens his car, and that's that could be even 0 if you look at the finish from Jakub Želásko, and he overshot it coming outside of the outside zone number 2. Jakub Želásko not with a huge angle, but I think he was struggling and he was fighting to get the car back on the track and back in the rhythm, and he hits the wall right in the end, goes off the track, but I think wheels were maybe kept on the curb, not on the asphalt, but on the curb, and the curb is counted as a track as well. It's not the optimal line, so of course if you go on the curb, you can count with points deduction. But it's not gonna be high scores, I believe. Oh, as I can hear from the judges, Jakub Želásko with 0 from his first run, so that's gonna be really stressful times coming into the second qualification try. And right now we can see David Kundla flicking in a huge angle right after the outside zone number 2. David Kundla coming into the outside zone number 3, not as close on the inside clip as he could be. But we could see from the beginning he had quite a late transition, so I'm really interested what the replay is gonna look like, as I didn't manage to capture it from the beginning, but I think there were probably some late initiation action as he was coming super fast into the outside zone number 2. Oh, David Gundla coming straight, basically. He didn't flick it like most of the drivers do. He just pulled the handbrake, and he pulled it right about where the initiation line is. So another driver flirting with 0, possibly, for the late initiation, but maybe it's not gonna be as hard as that on him. And what I've said is actually coming to truth, as we can see in the slow-mo replay. It is 0 for David Gundla, unfortunately, as he initiated too late. And right now Martin Jurčík with his E46 coming with a Scandinavian flick initiation, and that's looking pretty nicely. A little bit of a correction in the outside zone number 2, but right now he is back on the full throttle, left foot braking quite a bit to push his car outside, as he can get in an optimal line into the outside clip number 1. And Martin Jurčík dragging his back bumper on the last corner in the outside zone number 4, and that was looking quite a good finish from Martin Jurčík. Oh yeah, quite a bit of a braking there on the transition from outside zone number 1 to outside zone number 2. The middle of the track looking quite good, and the wall, oh, I thought he was much closer than he actually was, as we can see from this view. Had to left foot brake quite a bit as well to get on the wall. Probably not as high score as Martin would want, but we will see what the judges will say about that. And luckily the graphics work, and it's 79 points for Martin Jurčík from Slovakia, so not a bad points overall, 79 points. Hopefully for the drivers it's not going to be as harsh for them as it was in round 1, where the drop zone was about 86 points. But right now we can see John Elgood with his RZ34 with a really nice initiation, huge angles, throwing between the inside clips and a full throttle all the way through the outside zone number 3, and flirting with a white line on the transition, and that was brave move from John Elgood, as we've seen him coming into the outside zone number 4. John Elgood with the warning lights. It's from my point of view, it's looking pretty good. He was a little bit deep on the outside zone number 3 as he touched the curb a little bit, but right here it was quite beautiful. A little bit of left foot brake to push himself into the outside zone number 4 from the beginning. Score that possibly could be somewhere in the 80s if there weren't some mistakes that I was not able to spot, and maybe the judges were. And 85 points for John Elgood, so that's a good start into the qualifications, as he will have a second attempt in a few moments. So 85 points, really not bad. And this was the 8th driver of the group, and right now we will start with Eduard Redmanis from Latvia again. Eduard Redmanis with 60 points from the first qualification try. Probably not enough to put him into the top 32. We will see how the other drivers will managed to get through this track. Quite careful initiation and little bit of a wavering and too much on the inside from Eduard Redmanis, and that's again flirting with a 0 with those wheels off. In the inside clip number 1, he did not time the correction and he did not manage to get the speed optimally coming into the first left-hand corner, and that's probably gonna be all she wrote from a Latvian driver, as we can see from the replay. Not really steady initiation, and he didn't want to pull handbrake, or it seemed like he could pull handbrake and pull himself a little bit further, but he didn't do it, I think, and he went right into the outside clip number 1, basically with his rear wheels, and that's not what you want to do. Eduard Redman is not even waiting for the score on the starting line, and it is a 0 for his second run, so that's unfortunate for Eduard, and hopefully we will see him on Slonchin in next month. But right now we are moving on to Dominic Girali with his Nissan R32 Skyline. 80 points from the first run. That's points that you cannot really know, and you cannot be sure if you fit into the top 32, so he still has to put on the best he can. Quite deep in the outside zone number 3, putting some wheels off the track and a huge angle from Dominic Girali, and I thought he's not going to be able to save it, and it definitely upsetted him as he crashed into the wall in the last corner, and that is going to be 0 points for Dominic Girali. And the beginning was not looking bad for Dominic Girali from the United States of America. And you can see quite deep on the outside zone number 3, but that would not be such a huge problem. Some points deduction, but the flick was too aggressive into the huge angle. Was not able to hold it and to slow his car down right before the wall and hit the wall. And that's something we will see throughout the qualifications and throughout the battles quite a lot, I think, hitting the wall. And me personally, I love those walls because it makes it interesting, it makes it dangerous. And you really want to scrape the bumper, but if you do it too much, you hit the wall and it's game over for you. Marek Kalus right now on a run-up with 77 points. He probably needs to improve a little bit. Nice and steady initiation from Marek Kalus, transitioning into the outside zone number 2. Nice and steady still between inside clip number 1 and 2, but not too deep into the outside zone number 3. Marek Kalus with quite a long handbrake, but puts his wheels into the outside zone number 4, and the rest of the track looks pretty good. So let's see from the replay how was the looking, especially the outside zone number 3, where it looked like he was quite shallow. It could be deeper in the outside zone number 1 as well. The inside clip looking pretty good and pretty solid, and I think it's only one wheel in the outside zone number 3. But the Bart coming into the wall, Marek Kalus with a foot brake and a handbrake to put his line a little bit more to the outside of the track. But I'm not sure if Marek Kalus will be able to improve his score right now from 77 points he did in the first run. So let's see what the judges will say about this run. Still waiting for the points, and 66 points for Marek Kalus. Not an improvement. Marek will have to hope that 77 points will be enough on this difficult track to put him into the battles that will start at about 1 p.m. in the afternoon. So hopefully, as I'm pretty sure we all want to see Marek in the battles with his beautiful RX-8, the same car he has in real life. And Right, we are moving into the another car that is same looking in the real life, and it's Vladimir Dobek. Solid, very solid first run, 88 points for Vladimir from Czech Republic. So let's see how he will hold in his second run. He can unleash the beast right now, flicking in a huge angle and really deep into the outside zone number 1, and moving in a huge angle as well into the zone number 3, and between those inside clips, really solid run from Vladimir Dobek, full throttle, no left full brake, and has a huge angle, and hits the wall, making a similar mistake like Dominic Girali. He was not able to hold the car steady and hit the wall, unfortunately, as the run was looking super solid for Vladimir Dobek. A huge angle right after the outside zone number 2, and really good job between inside clips. And let's see the mistake if he can. Oh, he can see it. Huge angle right before the last zone, and that's what cost Vladimir Dobek possible improvement from 88 points. But right now, Vladimir Dobek with a 0, of course. Jakub Želazko, that is waiting right now for the green light. 0 points from the first run. Jakub Želazko needs to improve, and we want him to improve. So let's see how he will hold it. It's looking really solid right from the beginning. Flicks it in a huge angle after the outside zone number 2. And a huge angle, and needs to make a correction as he was quite deep into the outside zone number 3. And Jakub Želazko with a huge angle as well before coming into the last corner. And right now dragging only one wheel into the zone. But it is going to be points for Jakub Želazko, maybe. I'm not sure how deep he was in the outside zone number 3, as I know he dropped some wheels, possibly on the curb. Let's see if Jakub Želazko flicking in a huge angle. And coming into the zone, he's just barely hitting the cones, so I don't think he was deep enough to get a 0. Jakub Želazko in the last corner needs to left foot brake and shallow the angle a little bit to put his bumper on the wall. And 62 points for Jakub Želazko, so points it is, but not very high, I have to say, and I'm afraid that 62 points will not be enough for Jakub Želazko to get into the top 32, but we have to wait and see how other drivers will do, and hopefully we will see Jakub Želazko from Zapalto crew in the top 32 action. But right now it is David Kundla, 666 starting number, but 0 from his first run. David Kundla with a weird initiation as well, holding the handbrake and a huge angle into the inside clip number 1, and that's looking a little bit messy and showing up the angle again. Quite a big corrections from David. Let's see if he will able to put the bumper on the wall and ride it from the beginning to the end. But the last corner looking really solid, but the first parts for David Kundla were looking a little bit scrappy as he initiated with a long handbrake. As you can see, a few touches of the handbrake, but the flick into the inside clip number 1 was really brave, I have to say. Almost looked like he's gonna over-rotate for a moment, but he held it with no problems. And you can see his Lexus IS 200, if I'm not mistaken, is really wild and is not really nice to David. Definitely going to be improvement from 0 from David's first qualification run, and it's 54 points for David Kundla. Not as high as David would want for sure. Martin Jurčík coming from Slovakia with his second attempt, 79 points in the first run. Still quite a lot of room for improvement, and quite a late initiation for Martin Jurčík with a few corrections here and there, and not getting as close to the zones as he could be, and has to left full brake to push his car a little bit outside, but coming with a huge angle into the last corner. And he manages to put the bumper on the wall, makes a few corrections, but was pretty close to the wall. Is it gonna be better than 79 points? I don't know. I don't know if it's gonna be improvement for Martin Jurčík, as the car also, as David Kundla looking quite upset. But as you can see, he managed to get quite close into the last zone. Still waiting for a score of Martin Jurčík. And it's 70 points for Martin Jurčík, not an improvement from 79. Another driver that will hope that he will able to fit into the battles with 79 points in the scores. John Elgood with Nissan RZ34 with his second attempt, 85 points from the first run, so that's quite solid. A little bit of a late initiation, but and a huge angle, almost backwards entry coming into the inside clips, and he managed to hold it. That's something I thought he's not gonna manage. It on the verge of something unchaseable maybe, because he was basically in a backwards entry. Hopefully it's not going to be unchaseable for John Elgood, as the angle was not as significantly more than 90 points. Let's see what it looked like from the replay. A huge flick. Oh, and I think it was more than 90 degrees. That's not actually something you want to see from the drivers to do, as it would be extremely hard or maybe even impossible for a chase driver to chase. John Elgood with the good rest of the track. And I heard the judges were actually discussing the reverse entry as well, so it's probably gonna be some points deduction. Even though I have to say it was spectacular to do something like that in a qualification run and still hold it pretty well. He fit it into the inside clip number 1. Just look at that. Huge angle. And still getting really close on the inside clip number 1. So let's see what the points will be for John Elgood. 78 points. Quite a big deduction for reverse entry. John Elgood with a better first run and 85 points. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, we have to switch for another 8 drivers that will be trying their best at qualifications. So give us a few moments before those drivers will switch and we restart the server, and we will be back in a few moments. So don't go anywhere, just maybe go for some drink, some food, but be right back in a few moments. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, with another 8 drivers, and the first one to go will be Talal Nahar. Talal Nahar with the first qualification attempt, flicking in a huge angle and 2 big angle coming into the outside zone, number 2, and inside the inside clips. And that's most likely will be judged as unchaseable. I'm not a judge, so I cannot say. We will have to wait for the verdict of the judges, and it's really disappointing as Talal Nahar with a really good rest of the track and rest of his qualification try, but the huge flick and a huge let's see in the replay, Talal Nahar right now with a huge angle. He was dieseling quite a bit. We will see if our production will give us a slow-mo replay as well. And we can see how he was braking and dieseling in the backwards, as he should be on the throttle right out after the outside zone number 2 in a huge angle and dropping the speed to somewhere about 67 kilometers per hour. That's quite a huge diesel. I don't know how Talal actually managed to get back on the track and back in the rhythm with such a big mistake. And I know it's looking spectacular for the spectators. I love backwards entries in real life, of course. But the diesel was quite big. Right now we will see where the difference for the judges is angle-wise, when it's gonna be judged as unchaseable and when it's gonna be tolerated by judges with just some points deduction. So let's see, we will see the points for Talal Nahar, and unfortunately it's a 0. So such a huge backwards entry punished by the judges with a 0. Right now we will move on to Hamdan Saif with his S14 Koki. Saif Hamdan flicking into the first outside zone and in transition to the second one and into the inside clips. Really stable and looking like a really solid line so far. Not a huge angle coming into the inside clip. Number 3, he did manage to go into the touch and go and scraping the bumper, basically dragging the spoiler all over the wall on the outside zone. Number 4. The finish from Saif Hamdan was looking really strong and really brave. Nice initiation deep into the outside zone and number 1 and in the 2. Basically on the perfect line, always flirting with the white line. Here the only thing I can see and I can spot is not such a huge angle right at about the inside clip number 3. But then he transitioned into the outside zone number 4 and corrected himself back on the huge angle. And it's 89 points for a Saif Hamdan, and that's a pretty big score for a first run. So I believe Saif Hamdan will be satisfied with 89 points from a first run. And right now we are moving to the third guy in the second group of 8 drivers, and it's Jan Matyáš from Czech Republic. Beautiful, beautiful car. F22 AGK body kit as well, and Jan Matyáš with a really solid line and solid run so far. Let's see if he will be able to hold it in the end. Jan Matjaž really wide on the touch and go, but he managed to get it. But the run is looking quite well. And Jan Matjaž over the finishing line, and that's gonna be solid points, I think. And let's see for Jan Matjaž's replay. Pretty solid run. No left foot braking there, just slightly touching the throttle. And pretty close to the wall. Definitely 2 wheels in the outside zone. That's what you want to see. And it's 87 points for Jan Matjaž, so that's definitely a good score for his first qualification try, as he will have the second one, and he can even try to improve, but 87 should be safe for Jan Matjaž for right now. Kilian Guerlus coming from France. 111 starting number. Toyota Supra A80, and a really nice initiation in a huge angle as well, and a huge angle he continues with in between those inside clips, and that's beautiful run by Kilian, really close on the inside clip and really close deep inside the touch and go, and putting his rear spoiler on the wall and dragging it all the way from the beginning to the end, and that's a good run from the Frenchman. Let's check the replay. But I think that's gonna be solid points. We could be even moving to some lower 90s maybe. Kilian a little bit maybe too close on the inside clip number 2. He's not coming in a huge angles, not fast, flanked, aggressive transitions, but really stable and yeah, really well thought run. As a first run, it could be an optimal way to start, as you can get quite high scores and still have the room for the X factor. And 91 points for Kilian Guerlus. That's a really solid, and he's going into the first place right now, as it's a first score that starts with a 9. That's a really good job from Kilian Guerlus, and right now we will see Walter Polacek with his E92 M3 HGK body kit. Walter Polacek coming from Hungary, representing the Turbo Mafia, if I'm not mistaken. So let's see, with a wild and wide flick, and as well a huge angle coming into the inside clip number 1, and he's in a huge angles all the time now, has to have left foot brake a little bit, and a huge angle, tremendous angle coming into the last corner. I almost thought he's not gonna be able to hold it, as we were able to see a similar angle from drivers before, but he managed to hold it, and it worked out pretty fine, I would say. Really well driven into those outside zones, inside zones as well. And here we can see the huge angle, and put the bumper on the wall. Could be a little bit closer from the beginning, but overall, when I take in account that he had a 90-degree angle right before going onto the wall and then transitioning, That's pretty impressive. $89 points for Walter Bolacek. Was expecting something similar. Maybe I wouldn't be shy to say that I was expecting some lower 90s, but 89 points, definitely a good score that Walter Bolacek will be happy. Right now we should see Austin Mitchell getting ready for his first qualification run. And as we can see in the qualification score so far, Marek Kalus on a 9th position. First one, Kilian Guerlus with 91 points. Then 2 89s and 1 88. So far the only 0 we have from Talal Nahar. And for some reason we didn't see Austin Mitchell on the start, and we will move forward on Chandler Crawford. Beautiful Toyota Supra, so we will see how we hold it. I've heard many times that it's quite weird to drive the Supra. Don't get me wrong. For example, Piotr Wiecek said it's a great drift chassis, but you are sitting so much in the rear of the vehicle that it's weird on the transitions because you are so close to the zones. But I'm sure that Chandler Crawford is used to it and will put on a beautiful lead run. Chandler Crawford, nicely done, but quite late initiation from this guy from the United States of America, and really deep into the outside zone number 3, and that's at least one wheel off, and that's gonna be quite a big points deduction. But he dragged the rear bumper from the beginning on the wall like nobody did before him, but unfortunately they did not manage to stay as close to the wall for the whole run. And I have to say, there were some mistakes in this run that I can spot. Quite late initiation, but definitely managed to get inside, and one wheel on the curb in the inside clip number 1, and of course one wheel off the track on the outside zone number 3. But the proximity from the wall right here was awesome. It almost looked like Chandler Crawford was not ready to get as close, and he was trying to push himself from the wall a little bit. Unfortunately for Chandler Crawford, I don't think that we can expect some huge scores, and it's 64 for Chandler Crawford. And I don't believe that Chandler will be happy about 64 points, and we definitely will see an improvement in his second run. Right now, a beautiful GT86 and Talhat Semenemes. Representing the Carbon Drift team. The same as Samuel Kuti. With a huge flick coming into the outside zone number 1 and then into the outside zone number 2, and that's looking really nice so far from Talha Semenemes, I'm sorry, and with a huge flick and a huge angle coming right after the touch and go, and really nicely put on the wall in the last zone. I have to say, beautiful car with the beautiful liveries. Love the GT86s. Really nicely done right in the beginning. Little bit of left foot brake to put himself in a perfect spot for the inside clip number 3. Not many mistakes I can personally spot, as he was even really close to the wall on the outside zone number 4 the all way. Well, it was the 8th driver from this group, so in a few moments we will see second try for Talal Nahar. But right now we are still waiting for the points for Talal Hatsemen. Talal Hatsemen, he is right now 28th in the championships order, so he will have to work really hard to bump up the spots. And it's 88 points for Talal Hatsemen. Me personally was expecting a little bit more, but the judges are especially harsh. And as I said, we have experienced judges. For example, David Kalash, that is judging the Drift Masters European Championship, or DMP, the Driftingowe Mistrzostwa Polska, the Polish National Championship. So definitely one of the most experienced judges in the drifting world worldwide. But right now, Talal Nahar with the second attempt, 0 from his first one. He has to work hard. Late initiation, but a huge flick and a huge angle into the outside zone number 2. Let's see how he's gonna go hold in between those inside clips, and he hold it pretty nicely. A lot of left foot brake right before the inside clip. Number 3 coming into the last zone and putting the back bumper on the wall. And if he's gonna be able to hold it, that's gonna be quite nice points for Talal Nahar. And I believe he's gonna be happy, as he had 0 from his first run, so I believe it's gonna be a huge improvement. Could be a little bit deeper on the outside zone number 1, but other than that, he was on point the whole run. Few corrections here and there, but I'm pretty sure that it could be in the 80s at least. And that's something that's not really easy to do, because if you have 0 from the first run, you have no other choice than just send it and hope for the best. And the nerves on the start. If you guys tried it, or if you can try it, and I believe if you're watching the stream, you can try it. You just need a wheel, some sim rig. And you don't even need any fancy sim rig, as we can see, for example, for the 2024 Virtual Drift Masters winner, the Virtual Series. He won it, and he had like G28 wheel or something like that. 84 points for Talal Nahar, so that's really solid. And right now we will see Saif Hamdan. Another beautiful car, Nissan Silvia S14 Koki. 89 points, a huge score from the first run, so he can just send it. Does not need to be in the nerves, so let's see what is in him and what he can show and what he can do to improve from 89 points to get even better points. And right now it's still looking really nice, quite similar to the first run. He might be even on a similar score for a second run, and that's some consistency that we can see from Saif Hamdan right there. And as we can see, Saif Hamdan, a really solid run. He is where he should be. Basically, the whole track could be a little bit deeper in the outside zone number 4. Cože? 89 points from Saif Hamdan. Let's see if it's going to be improvement. I believe the score is going to be quite similar. And here we go. Let's see the scores. And it's 91 points for Saif Hamdan. So 2 points improvement from 89. And that's another, and I believe second driver right now that is having the 91 point score. And it is correct. It's Saif Hamdan who is right now second. As Kilian Guerlos is first with 91, but he will have another try, so he can even improve and change the standings a little bit. But right now we are with Jan Matiáš from Czech Republic with 87 points. Really solid first run. Let's see if he can improve in his second run. It's looking pretty solid. Not a huge angle right after the inside clip number 2, but definitely with a nice flick coming into the last outside zone and put the bumper really close to the wall. Let's see if he can hold it. And that is looking really nice for Jan Matiáš as he goes over the finishing line. Let's see the replay, how it was looking, but the beginning of the wall was looking really, really nice. And we can see Jan Matiáš is doing really nice, maybe missing a little bit of that X factor. The speed of the transition is probably not the fastest, but... And I hear from the judges there might have been a wheel off right on the initiation that I did not spot. That could definitely hurt Jan Matiáš on scores. And we can see it right now on the slow-mo camera. It's definitely on the verge. And we can see it from this camera angle. Once again, thanks the production for providing us with those slow-mos. And I believe that is a wheel off for Jan Matiáš. We can even see a cloud of dirt in the air. So I do not believe that's going to be points improvement for Jan Matiáš, but still really nice run. And it's 85 points, so really nice score anyway, but not an improvement for Jan Matiáš. Unfortunate for the initiation and dropping the wheel in the first zone. And right now we are moving on Kilian Guerlos, who is having 91 points from his first qualification run. Let's see if he can even improve that, as he is actually first in the qualifications so far. Kilian Guerlos once again with a nice initiation, maybe a little bit late, and maybe not as close to the inside clip number 1, but the rest of the run is looking pretty solid so far. And a huge angle coming into the last corner, and Kilian Guerlos hits the wall slightly, and that's gonna be a big correction, and I think that's not improvement for Kilian Guerlos. I'm not sure if it was a huge correction or a hit, but I think he hit the wall slightly. Let's see from the replay where the mistakes were made. Not as deep in the first zone as he could be, so that's something where points could be deducted from Kilian Guerlos' run. But right now, let's see on this mistake, and that's a hit. That's quite a big hit. He was in such a huge angle that it didn't throw him off completely. And he managed to hold it somehow, but definitely not a 91-point run from my perspective. Still waiting for the points for the Frenchman. And it is 79 points for Kilian Guelus, and not an improvement, but not a surprise to me, as he made a couple of mistakes he managed to avoid in his first try. But right now, Walter Bolacek from Hungary, 89 points from his first run. E92 M3 HGK body kit. Coming in a huge angle right after the initiation. And Walter Bolacek with a really solid run so far. It's looking like he might be a little bit too deep on the outside zone number 3. But the flick, the transitions from Walter Bolacek are huge, but managed to hit the wall as well twice. Actually, as he managed to hit the wall with the rear bumper twice in the beginning of the wall and beginning of the end. Let's see, huge flick initiation. Looking really nicely so far. Putting a left rear wheel on the curb on the outside zone number 3, but here is where the mistake happened. He was just too deep. And the wall of the most on today's round will definitely take sacrifices, as it did already took quite a lot. And as we can see, deducted in points quite heavily, and 71 points for Walter Bolacek. 89 points from the first run is most likely going to be enough to put him in the battles. And right now, as we are missing Austin Mitchell, we will jump right to Chandler Crawford with Toyota Supra. So let's see how Chandler Crawford will hold up in his second attempt in the qualifications. 64 points from the first run. So not enough, most likely, to put him in the battles. Late initiation. Really late. That's going to make him some problems in the run itself, as he's going to be a problem for him to find the correct line. And it's possible that Chandler Crawford find his rhythm again, but has to make corrections to put himself on the wall in the last zone once again. Making a nice 360 in the end, though. It's really late initiation and not in the right spot. That's something that will be deducted, putting one wheel off in the inside clip number 1. There, in this point, I thought that Chandler Crawford is back in the rhythm, but he didn't get into the outside zone number 4 from the beginning. Had to make huge corrections to get back in the zone. So let's see if it's gonna be an improvement from Chandler Crawford. Of course, Chandler being from the United States of America, I believe it is some terrible time in the morning right now. So that can make a huge factor as well if you woken up really early or didn't go to sleep at all. Not an optimal either way. Still waiting for the points for Chandler. It was the 7th guy in the group. After Chandler, we will only see Talhat Semenimes. Then we will have a few minutes again before we restart the service. Judges are still deciding. And we can see Chandler Crawford as 170 Motorsport in the comments. So give a shout out to him. And he said that he just got done with real life competition a few hours ago. So I'm even surprised that you come here and you go for a virtual competition, as I know how tiring it is to just be a commentator in a real life event. So I cannot even imagine how tired you must be. So that's a really good job for you. And 70 points for Chandler Crawford in his second run, an improvement. And right now it's gonna be question for Chandler Crawford if he's going to go to sleep, or if he's gonna wait, if 70 points is gonna be enough to go to top 32. So you can let us know in the comments, Chandler. But right now let's jump into the Talhat Semenimes with his beautiful 86, and with his 88 points from the first run, he should be pretty safe. So let's see if he can improve even more in his second run. And going with a huge flick once again, a nice transition to the inside clip number 1, and going to the inside clip number 2, and in a beautiful line all the way through the outside zone number 3, and coming in a huge angle and transitioning to the last zone. And that's looking really good from Talhat Semenimes. That is a beautiful run right there, and it could be even higher than 88 points if I'm not mistaken, because I did not spot any major mistakes and he was on the line all the way. And the transitions are beautiful, flicked really fast and really aggressive, and that's something I really like to see. Let's see in the replay. On the line really nicely, no problems at all from Talhat Semenimes, making a left foot brake in the last corner to put himself on the wall. I can hear from the judges that they are discussing a little bit the initiation that might have not been in the most optimal state the judges would love to see. But don't take me wrong, it was not a bad initiation, of course. A little bit late, but nothing terrible. Definitely nothing terrible. Still beautiful, beautiful run, and one of the best runs we have seen so far, I believe. And the graphics is broken a little bit right now, so sorry for that, but it's 94 points for Talhat Semenimes, and he is currently going to the first spot of the qualifications so far in the second group. And right now we will have a switch of the drivers and restart of the server, so please give us a few moments again. Don't go anywhere. It's gonna be 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes, and we will be right back with you. So, ladies and gentlemen, and we are back with a third group of 8 people, and the first one is going to be Ondřej Winterlík with a starting number 187. And we will just wait for the starting line to walk to the starting procedure, and then we are ready to start the first qualification attempt of the Czech driver Ondřej Winterlík. We can see the starting line is driving to the start. How many points for how many points we will see for the starting line? I don't know, but I don't think the starting procedure was solid for it. But as we can see right now, the green light is about to go off, and Ondřej Winterlík is going on the run-up for his first qualification attempt. Really wide initiation into the huge angle once again. Another driver flirting with a disaster, and it was not really good for Ondřej Winterlík. I think he was really wide and not being able to fulfill the inside clip number 1. But Ondřej Winterlík right now is going into the last corner, and really wide and really close to the wall from the beginning, but did go a little bit on the inside throughout the outside zone number 4. But I believe the initiation and the transition to the outside zone number 2 will not pay off for the Czech driver, as it threw him off and did not decel adequately to a speed he would really want to. As you can see, he was not on the perfect line and not as inside as he could be. But the rest of the track looked really solid right here, really close on the wall, but then shallowed up a little bit and was dragging basically only one wheel in the outside zone number 4. Still waiting for the score for Ondřej Winterlík. And we can see Niklas Netušil with his very typical Volkswagen Golf. Volkswagen's slowly pushing themselves into the drifting world, as we can see not only in the virtual, and it's 75 points for Ondřej Winterlík, not bad score at all, hopefully enough for a top 32. And as I was saying, Volkswagens are slowly pushing themselves, as we can see Volkswagen Golf in the virtual, and for example Marko Zachořil, the Czech representant in Drift Masters, is using Volkswagen 2-liter 4-cylinder engine for his 2025 season. But let's have a look how will Niklas Netušil do in his first qualification attempt, and it's looking really solid, maybe a little bit too much on the inside, where the inside clip number 1 is a place where it's making problems for a lot of drivers. But Niklas with a huge two flicks, huge transitions coming into the last zone, and right now it's looking pretty perfect, running the wall pretty close. So other than the inside clip number 1, that is looking like a problematic place for the drivers, and I tried the track myself a few times, even though I'm not really good at virtual drifting. The first clip was really difficult for me, as you have to either use a lot of handbrake or kind of send it and slow down with an angle, but always really difficult. But the last zone from Niklas Netušil was looking really nice. And we are still waiting for the scores for Niklas Netušil. And Anthony Norfolk is getting himself ready with a Chevy Corvette C6 on the starting line. And in a few moments we will be able to see Niklas Nettuschel scoring his 78 points for the German driver with Volkswagen Golf. Judges are really hard on this one. But you have to be hard, especially in virtual, where the drivers have so many hours and so many attempts to go through the track. Unlike the real life, you can basically... And we can see Anthony Norfolk, the starting light went off and he didn't go. I wonder what the problem was. And Anthony Norfolk with a delayed start, but it doesn't really matter in the qualifications, and he's going for the first qualification attempt, and a really late transition from Anthony Norfolk, and that's gonna throw him off, and I almost thought he's gonna go off the track, as this is a scrappy run for Anthony Norfolk at this moment, and he's gonna have problems getting back in the rhythm once again. And I said it many times before, drifting is a one mistake sport, and if you make one mistake, it's really difficult to get back in the rhythm and back on the line. So as Anthony Norfolk basically initiated very late, and you can see almost after initiating line really flirting with a zero as well. And right here on the inside clip where you are supposed to be with your front wheels, Anthony Norfolk with the rear wheel, so that's definitely not a place he is supposed to be, and that's not gonna be satisfying points for Anthony Norfolk from United States of America. I don't think this run from Anthony Norfolk will be enough to put him into the top 32, and Anthony will definitely have to try a lot harder in his second qualification attempt. Still waiting for the scores for Anthony Norfolk, and it's 60 points. That's not something Anthony Norfolk would be happy with, I believe, and will have to improve himself coming into the second qualification attempt. But right now we have Abdullah Al-Ghetame with the Lexus LFA. And here we go, let's see how Abdullah will hold up in his first run. 6th gear, 150 kilometers per hour in the initiation, and coming in a huge angle once again into the inside clips. What a beautiful line so far from Abdullah Al-Ghetame, and coming in a huge angles and really fast transition. Let's see if he's going to be able to hold this up and grind the wall in the outside zone number 4, and I believe he did really nicely, and we could see some really nice score once again. Let's see now, of course, Abdullah Al-Ghetame with slight troubles braking in the outside zone number 2. I didn't see any foot brake. He was braking with the huge angle, but braking after the outside zone number 2. So that's gonna be, I believe, some point deduction, as the judges said in the briefing that you have to brake, you have to decel right before the outside zone, or maybe in the outside zone as well, but definitely not after. Abdullah Al-Ghetame is still waiting on the line. You can see the banners for Most Atodrom that is currently having some and 85 points for Abdullah Al-Ghetame. Was expecting a little bit higher points for Abdullah, but 85 points is a strong score anyway. I wanted to say that Most Circuit that is having problems with the sound limitations right now, as it's all about the news. But right now, Ammar Baghdadli also representing the Carbon Drift team, and yeah, let's see how he's gonna hold up in his first run. Really nice initiation and really wide, a little bit of a wavering after he transitioned into the outside zone number 2, but a run that is looking really solid. And I think as we go through the qualifications to a higher scores in the championship order, we will see better and better runs, and this is a really solid run from Ammar Baghdadli, and I think he will be happy about a run like this with a minimal amount of mistakes. And we can see Ammar Baghdadli in the replay being really smooth with a nice line. And discussing the most circuit, just for you guys, especially guys from different countries, the guys that actually moved to the circuit are now making reports to police and to the city that the noise is too big. Why do you move to the circuit if you want to complain about the sound limits afterwards? I would believe or I would understand if they didn't move there, but they built a circuit close to their homes. But they clearly moved inside the area right after. So, not something I can understand. But let's still wait for the points for Ammar Baghdadli. Judges are still deciding on this one. And here we go. I think the points should be in the graphics any second, and it's 92 points for Ammar Baghdadli, and Ammar Baghdadli is currently moving to the second place in the qualifications order right now, and that's gonna be something to be happy about. And Ammar Baghdadli can even try to bump it up a little bit more, but 92 is definitely safe spot for him in the battles. Right now, Gert Kubarsep with his BMW E36, really popular vehicle in the real life drifting right now. Nice initiation, nice and early initiations, coming in a huge angle into the inside clip. Also, and he's on a really nice line, a lot of left foot braking right now as he wanted to push his vehicle a little bit more wide in the track, and coming in the last zone in a huge angle and dragging his bumper all the way on the wall in the last outside zone number 4. And I think that's another really nice run from another driver, this time from Gert Kubarsep. Let's see how it's gonna look in the replay. 4 gear, 160 kilometers per hour, really deep into the first outside zone, and maybe braking a little bit too after the outside zone number 2, but other than that, I think it's really nice. Deep into the outside zone number 3, basically on the white line. Gert Kubarsep trying to drag the bumper, and he managed to do it almost all the way on the wall that we have into the outside zone number 4. So let's see, and it's 89 points for Gert Kubarsep. 89 points that will put him in a 5th spot so far in the qualifications. That's a really nice score we see there. Right now it's Talhat Semenimes that is the first one in the qualification so far with 94 scores. 94 points score, I'm sorry. And right now it's Gergo Galik. Gergo Galik with a 2JZ powered Toyota Supra A80 with a beautiful Japanese style livery, I would say. And he is really nicely done in the first part of the track and in the first outside zone. So far on a nice line, but maybe a little bit too deep on the outside zone in number 3. And in a huge flick, and maybe almost flirting with a no-go zone. on the touch and go, but making it really nice on the wall in the end. So yeah, I'm really interested what the points will look like for Gergo Galik on this one. Let's see in the replay in the outside zone number 3, maybe a little bit shallow there. But nicely done on the wall with the head cutter basically hanging over the wall in the last part of the wall. Gergo Galik still waiting for his points. And it looks like we have the points, and it's 82 points for Gergo Galik, 12th spot so far. And as I'm looking in the system, we already have 22 drivers that managed to put score on the board. But let's have a look on the track where is Ahmed Al-Subaga with his S15, and let's see how he will manage to go through his qualification run number 1, and it's looking really nice so far for Ahmed, as he is where he's supposed to be. No major corrections, but with a huge angle right after the touch and go number 1, and I thought he's gonna hit the wall. He was really close on the wall but did not hit it, and that's a really nice run right there from Ahmed Al-Subaga. Let's have a look, another look in the replay how he did. Nice and early initiation, a little bit of left foot brake to steady the car over there. Nicely timed transition, left foot brake to put himself on the outside zone number 3, but with no major corrections. But let's have a look at this point. Whoa, really close from the beginning for Ahmed Al-Subaga on the wall, and I think it's the best wall ride we have seen so far in the qualifications, and that's why I love walls in drifting, as it's a really interesting seeing these drivers trying to put the rear bumper on the wall as close as possible in a huge angle. It's risky, but if you do it right, it pays off. So let's see if and it's 97 points for Ahmed Al-Subaga. That is incredible score, and it's the highest score as Ahmed Al-Subaga goes on the first place of the qualification so far. Right after him is Talhat Semenimes with 94 points, so a 3 points difference between the second and the first driver in the qualifications. Ahmed Al-Subaga with 97 points, that's gonna be hard to beat. And right now, Ondřej Winterlík from Czech Republic on his second qualifying attempt, 75 points from the first run, and is flicking it in a huge angle once again and slowing down after the transition. That's something the judges said they don't want to see. They want to see diesel before the outside zone number 2. But other than that, really smooth line from Ondřej Winterlík, and really close to the wall as well as he goes over the finishing line, and that's probably gonna be improvement for Ondřej, and that is what is important for Ondřej Winterlík right now, as he really wants to get into the battles. As we can see from the replay of Ondřej Winterlík run the diesel after the outside zone 2, that's probably what's gonna cost him. And in the background we can see Niklas Netušil preparing with his very exotic, very untypical vehicle for the drifting world, but we've seen quite a lot of exotic cars, so I believe it's no big surprise to see Volkswagen Golf on the grid of the virtual drifting, as I believe in Czech Republic a few years ago, or many years ago, we also seen Skoda Octavia Mark 1 trying to drift, and it's 79 points for Andre Winterleek, so it is improvement, probably and possibly safe spot for him to go into the top 32 battles. Niklas Netušil, that is gonna come into his second qualifying attempt. 78 points from the first run. Possibly on the verge to be safe or not to be safe to go into the battles, and a heave and really deep on the outside zone number 2, possibly wheel off, as we've seen a cloud of dirt right there, and coming in a huge angle, and Niklas Netušil is going to be going into the last outside zone number 4, and he's going to be struggling to make better points than 78, as we've seen a cloud of dirt coming from the rear axle of his Volkswagen Golf on the outside zone number 2. Let's see in the replay what was the mistake made there. Really nicely initiated, but you can see he's on the right side already, and he went over the curb, and I think maybe a little bit also with a wheel off. Niklas Netušil basically fixing the run a little bit in the end. And we can also see Anthony Norfolk preparing for his second qualifying run. Anthony, who scored only 60 points in his first run, so he will definitely have to improve. And it's 85 points for Niklas Netušil, so that's for me surprising improvement, as I've seen the cloud of the dirt, but it did not have to be a wheel off, because sometimes in Assetto, if you're close to the grass, it can do it as well. So I believe the judges took a close look at his whole run, and 85 points is the score Niklas Netušil gets. But right now, Anthony Norfolk and his second attempt, quite a late initiation and really wide one, and right now putting his front wheel on the line and too deep on the outside zone number 3, and has to make a huge correction, shallow up the angle not to get with the wheels off again on the inside, and Anthony Norfolk trying and struggling to make this run happen, and to make improvement and to see better points from the judges. Let's see right here, a quite late initiation, and was too much on the inside, not on an optimal line, and I could see it a corner before that it's going to be a problem for Anthony Norfolk with his outside zone number 3. If you make mistakes on the line after the outside zone number 2 on the first left-hand corner, then it's really difficult to put yourself back on the track. You either have to decel or just go for it and hope for the best. That's what Anthony Norfolk did, and it did not pay off, as he really was quite wide there. Let's see how harsh the judges will be when it comes to scoring Anthony Norfolk. And improvement it is. Anthony Norfolk with a 70 points from his second run. So another improvement, and another American driver possibly on the verge of getting into the top 32. So another American driver with, I think, no sleep in next few hours, as it is about 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock in the morning, I believe. I'm not sure, so if I'm not correct, I'm sorry. But right now, let's have a look at Abdullah Al-Ghetami with his Lexus LFA. 85 points from the first run, coming with a huge angle in the outside zone number 2, but he was quite wide on the inside clip number 2, but he managed to get back on the track, and is in a huge angle right before the outside zone number 4, and trying to drag the rear bumper on the wall, not as close as he could be, but overall really decent run for Abdullah Al-Ghetami, and trust me, get on the wall, that's pretty difficult. Abdullah Al-Ghetami with a huge angle there. Also decelling a little bit after the outside zone number 2. That's something that we see from almost all the drivers, making slight mistakes there, as the judges want to see only full throttle, no decel action there. But strong finish for Abdullah Al-Ghetami. So let's have a look at the scores, and it's 90 points for Abdullah Al-Ghetami with starting number 511, and that's a strong one, improving for 5 points from 85 to 90, and I think Abdullah Al-Ghetami will be happy about the score. But right now, let's have a look. We have Ammar Baghdadli with 92 points, and he's gonna want to improve. He is currently sitting on a third spot, and he's gonna want to improve, but he would have to score more than 97 for him to get on the first spot. And we can see a little bit cloud of the dirt from his rear axle right now, as Ammar Baghdadli is going to the third outside zone and moving on through the inside clip number 3 with a huge angle into the last corner and putting his rear bumper on the wall. Is this gonna be improvement from 92 or not? Ammar Baghdadli over the finishing line, and it's gonna be really stressful waiting for him to see if he's more than 92 points this time or not. And I'm looking, and Ammar Baghdadli currently in a 21st position in the championship order so far. So definitely could improve in the championship order. And we have 90 points for Ammar Baghdadli, so not an improvement, but we can see that the consistency is really there for Ammar, as he was 92 and 90 points in his second run. Right now we will move over to Gert Kubersep with his BMW E36, 89 points. So we can see the scores are improving in the time as we move on in the qualifications order, and let's see if Gert Kubersep will be able to even get better. And it goes really wide, and a huge angle coming into the inside clip number 1, and I think that's something the judges maybe don't want to see once again, as it was almost too big of an angle. And right now Gert Kubersep coming into the outside zone number 4 and dragging the bumper on the wall really nicely. That's probably another high scores coming for Gert Kubersep. As we can see on the replay, Gert Kubersep with quite a lot of left foot brake and a really aggressive run coming there from Gert. The question is the standard thing the judges will be discussing, and it's most likely the huge angle, almost backwards angle, right after the first transition after the outside zone number 2. So let's see if Gert Kubersep managed to improve, and he did. 93 points for Gert Kubersep, putting him on a third place so far in the qualifications order. So that's a really nice score, and we can see that we are starting to have a lot of 90s scores in the qualifications, as we have already 6 drivers that managed to score 90 or more. I'm sorry, it's 7 drivers, not 6, 7 drivers. But right now we are with Gergo Galik with his A80 Toyota Supra coming into the second attempt. 82 points from the first run. He could improve, and I think he wants to improve and knows he can improve. Gergo Galik with a solid line so far, and right now with an aggressive and a huge flick coming into the last outside zone, as he almost does not use the left foot brake and is on a perfect angle and a perfect line in the last corner. So let's see how the judges will reward that. Gergo Galik nicely done after the outside zone number 2. Not the huge angle like we sometimes see, and on a perfect line basically. I think that could be an improvement for Gergo Galik. Amazing wall ride in the last outside zone number 4 from Gergo. And it is 88 points for Gergo Galik, so improvement of 6 points, putting him on a 9th place so far in the qualifications order. And right now we can see on the starting line Ahmed Al-Zubaga, that is currently first in the qualifications with 97 points. So let's see if he can even improve his 97, or if he's going to be at least consistent with 97 points. But a really late initiation for Ahmed Al-Zubaga, and coming with something the judges don't want to see, and this is a scrappy. This is not like his first run, as he made a huge angle and was really wide, not being able to even get into the inside clip number 1. I understand that he wanted to put a little bit of the X factor more, and he hits the wall right now on the outside zone number 4. Slight contact with the wall, but makes quite a bit of a correction, and that's not gonna be in the 90s, I believe. Ahmed Al-Zubaga making a huge mistakes there, and from my perspective, where he made a mistake, probably the biggest mistake of the run, is that he initiated too late, and it put him on the wrong spot from the beginning, basically to the end. He managed. Oh, look at almost like you can see the bumper clipping through the wall. That's amazing job from Ahmed Al-Zubaga. But the beginning of the run and the initiation, the late initiation, that was not looking too solid. And we can see the standings that the top 3 drivers in the end of the day will stand on. Beautiful stand. The Czech Drift Series with the partners Ravenol, Autoklub České republiky, BRUDRA and Intercars. And it's 90 points for Ahmed Al-Zubaga. So, of course, he was not able to manage to stay within the 97 points or close, but 90 points is nice anyway for the mistake he made in the outside zone number 2 and the inside clip number 1. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, right now we will switch to another 8 drivers and restart the server. So once again, give us a few moments and we will be right back with you. And ladies and gentlemen, and we are back with another 8 drivers ahead of us, starting with David Beckmanis. David Beckmanis, who is currently 17 in the championships order, and let's see how this Latvian driver will hold in his first qualification lap. And he goes super late on the initiation and goes on the inside clip number 1, and that is a scrappy run from David Beckmanis and not something I would expect from him to see, as he goes in a huge angle and will be trying to ride the wall, and he does that beautifully. Nice wall ride we can see in the last corner from David Beckmanis, as he was probably aware of the mistakes he made in the first half of the track and wanted to make up for it, and I believe he did. But let's see how the judges will look at that, as mistakes were made and points will be deducted. Huge angle over there, slowing down too much, and that's at least one wheel on the curb, and that's not gonna be looking really nice for David Beckmanis points-wise right there. But the wall ride, Jesus Christ, that is a beautiful work right there from David Beckmanis, as he was risking quite a lot. David Beckmanis with BMW M2 as one of my most favorite cars used for drifting, for sure. And we can also see in virtual world that there is a lot of new M2s you can see in the drifting in the virtual world. I'm not sure if I've seen any M2 in the real world drifting, the new one. Maybe in FD? I don't think I've seen an FD, but most likely we'll see more of them in the future. We're still waiting for points for David Beckmanis right now, and the points should be on the board any second. And it's 80 points for David Beckmanis, putting him on a 15th place already. But right now you can prepare yourself for another Czech driver, Martin Kondula, with his BMW M3 E92 Evo 3 Tilecar that Michael Reichert was using in the Drift Masters 2024 season. So let's see how Martin Kondula will handle his first run. Nice and early initiation for Martin Kondula, throwing in a huge angle. I thought it's gonna be almost too much, but he makes it work perfectly, and he's on a perfect line and really nicely and deep in the outside zone number 3, and Martin Kondula is in the transition for the last zone. Let's see how he's gonna hold it, and he's really close to the wall. One of the best wall rides we have seen so far in the qualifications, and that is a nice run for Martin Kondula. And I've seen him in practice, and I've seen that he's doing amazing wall rides, and I was hoping that he's going to be able to pull this wall ride off in the qualifications as well, and he did. Let's see in the replay. Maybe he could be a little bit faster on the transitions, but it's a first run, and it's gonna be high score, I believe, as he was where he was supposed to be the whole time. But look at this wall run. He was on the wall from the beginning to the end with the beautiful Czech flag on the roof, and that's something I can enjoy watching. That was Martin Kondula with a nice run. And it's 90 points for Martin Kondula. That's a really nice score for a first run for Martin. And I think he can be happy for sure, as he did not have the best start of the season. And he was almost not able to qualify in the first round. He did qualify, but he fell out in the top 32. But another Czech driver right now on the starting point, and it's Adam Tomeček, real world drifter as well. We can see in many competitions representing Zapalto crew. Let's see how he will hold up in a huge angle, and a huge angle as well on after the outside zone number 2. And that is a really nice line. Little bit of a correction coming into the outside zone number 3, and a huge angle, a huge flick. I thought he's not gonna hold it, and he has to make corrections. It did not work out for Adam Tomeček, and he has to make correction into the last zone. And I almost thought he's gonna go off the track in the transition, and he of course needed to slow down a little bit to not go off the track. Let's look at the run once again. I was expecting a little bit more from Adam Tomeček. I think really nicely done in the first 2 zones. The clipping points and not as deep as he could be in the outside zone number 3, but a huge flick right now, and it's almost as he could not transition back as he is used to, and it was on a late transition, had to slow down a little bit and did not get as deep as he could in the outside zone number 4. So that's a really little bit unfortunate for Adam Tomeček, as I believe he could show a little bit more. It's definitely in him to show a little bit better run, so hopefully in his second run he will be able to do that. But let's wait for the graphics with the scores right now for Adam Tomeček. And it's 78 points. That's gonna be really tough to get into the top 32s. It is possible. It is possible. So I believe that Adam Tomeček will come and make a comeback in his second run. But right now it's Randy Noah with from the United States of America, coming with 240 SX. Randy Noah really wide on the initiations, but I like that initiation, but it threw him off a little bit. But he's back on the track, and he's on the nice line, and really deep into the zone outside zone number 3 with early transition. And now it's gonna be question if he's gonna be able to get on the wall, and he does beautifully as he rides the wall from the beginning to the end. And the runs are becoming better and better as we go through the qualifications. Randy Noah was a little bit too much on the right side of the track. Maybe he initiated a little bit too early. That threw him off a little bit, but he came back in his rhythm once again. And I thought he's gonna be too short coming into the outside zone number 4, but he did not come short at all, and he rode the wall all the way. And right now we are still waiting for the points for Randy Noah, and it is 84 points for the American driver, putting him in a 15th place so far. And as we have 27 drivers already who finished the qualifications with points. But right now, Czech driver with the Toyota Supra JZA 80, and it's Jakub Bartko with a really nice initiation and really nicely on the line, coming with a huge angle into the series of inside clips. And Jakub Bartko so far with a really strong run with a huge angle as well, with basically no correction. The question is if he's going to be able to put his bumper on the wall, and that's what he does exactly, and he rides the bumper all the way and scraping it from the beginning to the end. And that was a really nice work from Jakub Bartko, and I believe we could see some high scores once again. Jakub Bartko, as you can see, being on the line, could be a little bit deeper in the outside zone number 2, and I did not spot it earlier, but he put a front right wheel on the inside clip number 2. But other than that, really beautiful run from Jakub Bartko from Czech Republic. one of not many Czech drivers we can see on the grid. Even though it's Czech Drift Series, of course the level of the drivers really improved, and we can see basically the world class virtual drifters on our grid. And it's 88 points for Jakub Bartko, so that's a really high score. But right now with Hassan Sharif, first qualification attempt. Currently 11th in the championship. So far with a really nice run from Hassan Sharif. Nicely timed transitions as he's really deep in the outside zone number 3. And a huge flick coming into the last corner and scraping the bumper once again. And those runs we can see in this group are pretty amazing. Those guys are on point, but the judges are harsh as usual, so a little bit too much on the right side for Hassan Sharif. As we can see, the initiation is a little bit difficult for a lot of the drivers. But Sharif Hassan with a nice wall ride for sure. Still waiting for the points for Hassan Sharif, and in the meanwhile we can see that Ali Mohammed is getting ready for his first qualification run. 91 points for Hassan Sharif, that's a beautiful score, but 5th place with 91 points so far. And as we can see, there is already 9 drivers that went above the 90 points. Mohamed Ali with Nissan S14. Mohamed said that the track does not fit him really well, but he needs to get on the podium, so he's hungry for this run. And he wants to be on the podium in round 3, and coming with a little bit late initiation and a huge angle as well coming into the inside clip. Number 1 and number 2 really deep in the outside zone. Number 3 making no corrections and no left foot braking. Coming inside the outside zone number 4 and scraping the bumper really nicely, and we can see one wall ride by another in this group of drivers. As we can see from the replay, once again, a little bit of a decel after the outside zone number 2. What was missing from Ali Mohammed, I think, is after the transition before the last corner, he did not get into the huge angle and was kind of in a safe angle. Not as we can usually see after the inside clip number 3, that drivers throw the car and brake with the angle. So let's see, Ali Mohammed will want to get inside the top 32. Right now already 29 drivers that successfully made some points, with David Kundla on 29th position so far with 54 points. But Ahmed Al-Subaga still on the first spot in the qualification so far with 97 points, and we can see for Mohamed Ali it's 91 points, and that puts him in a 6th spot for the qualifications so far, which is kind of harsh when you think about it, that there is 9 drivers already with 90 points and higher. 9 drivers, and it's gonna even start there's gonna be more of these drivers. I mean, as we are moving further in the qualifications, the better drivers in the championship order are going to try and qualify. But right now we can see Michael Veras not being precise on his inside clip number 1 as he puts one wheel over the track on the inside. Let's see if Michael Veras will be able to correct himself, but he's doing really nice wall ride, but I think the transition was a little bit too much on the inside of the track, and that was making some problems for Michael Vera and was not on the optimal line for him. Let's see from the chase camera perspective in the replay. Nothing wrong on the initiation, a little bit. I thought it's more visible, but he was only on the white line with the wheel, also on the inside clip number 3, and on the inside too much as well, where the touch and go number 1 is. So let's see for the points of Michael Veras, and it's 89 points, almost going for the 90s. 11th spot for Michael Veras so far, and that was the last driver in the first qualification tries, and we will jump back to David Beckmanis for his second try for the qualifications. Beautiful MDU for David Beckmanis, so let's see if he's going to be able to improve with the 80 points. It looks like 80 points will be saved for the top 32 action, but David Beckmanis definitely wants to improve his score, and it looks like he is on the mission for improving his points right there. If he's going to be able to ride the wall once again, and that's what he does. But the first part of the track looked much better in the second run for David Beckmanis than the first one, I think. David Beckmanis with a nice initiation right where he should be, not decelling after the outside zone number 2 and getting really deep on the outside zone number 3, and yeah, David Beckmanis was where he was supposed to be for the whole track, I believe. Now the question is gonna be, was there enough of style, enough of angle? But the line was there. We are still waiting for the judges to decide the scores for David Beckmanis. And it's 93 points for the David Beckmanis. A huge improvement of 13 points, putting David Beckmanis on a 4th spot in the qualifications so far. But right now we are jumping to the second qualification attempt for a Czech driver, Martin Kondula, with 90 points. in the qualifications. He is on a 10th spot right now. If he's gonna improve, that's the question, with a huge initiation and a huge angle. And Martin Kondula is continuing with the huge and beautiful angles and is on a perfect line. Is he gonna be deep in the outside zone number 3? And he is. Could be a little deeper. And now is Martin Kondula too deep, or I mean too wide on the touch and go number 1. He did get inside into it, but the wall rides from Martin Kondula are just impressive, as he just scrapes the bumper all the way. Martin really happy with his scores, as he performs a 360 right before the finishing line, and that's gonna be another solid and strong run for the Czech driver. The question if he's gonna be better than 90 points. Let's see from the replay how he goes. Martin Kondula could be a little bit deeper on the outside zone number 3, but other than that, in a huge angle after the touch and go number 1 and riding the wall like a madman. Even though I have to say I think the first run could have been a little bit better from my perspective, but I might be wrong. Let's see what the judges will say about it. And in the background, it's Adam Tomeček already preparing for his second run, where he needs to improve. Beautiful, beautiful copy of Evo 3 of Michael Reichert with crazy amount of details. And it's 87 points for Martin Kondula, so it was not an improvement, but still 90 points, more than enough. 10th place so far. But right now another Czech driver driving one of the nicest car on the grid, in my point of view, as it's basically the vehicle of Clemens Kauderer, the Austrian real-world drifter, and the HGK body kit on the 86, but he needs to improve. Adam Tomeček with 78, a huge angle right from the initiation, and this is looking much better. Adam Tomeček looks like he's really dialed in deep on the outside zone number 3 with no corrections, flicking in a huge angle on the touch and go number 1, and now all he needs to do is ride the wall, and he is on the way to improvement, and I think that's what he does, and this is looking much stronger than 78 points he did in his first run. So let's see what the judges will say about that. I think he could be probably a little bit closer to the wall, but from my point of view, that's definitely an improvement. A little bit of braking after the outside zone number 2, but nicely timed transition. Left foot brake right before the outside zone number 3 to push himself a little bit outside, and transitioning and not being able to get on the wall as something a little bit missing, but still 2 wheels in the zone. Score that most likely will be somewhere in the mid-80s maybe. That's my guess, but I'm not a judge. I'm just a spectator, so you can guess yourself in the comments. And it's 83 points for Adam Tomeček, so I was kind of correct with the mid-80s. Could see him do a little bit better, as Adam Tomeček is a great driver, and he most definitely can do better than 83, but all he needs to do is go into the battles, as he is an insane driver in the battles. But right now we are with Randy Noah with 240 SX Nissan Silvia. Let's see how he goes, throwing in a huge angle, and this is looking really strong, almost too big angle. We can see another almost reversed entry after the outside zone number 2, but nice and deep, and in a huge angle in the outside zone number 3, and angles. That's something Randy Noah is not scared of, because he throws one after another and rides the wall really amazingly, and that's a job done by the American driver Randy Noah. Randy Noah in the replay, as we can see huge flames coming from the wastegate from his hood, I believe. Always have to appreciate those S14s on the grid, as it's becoming kind of older chassis, of course not as old as 86, But yeah, a lot of drivers are putting on these S chassis from S14 new body kits. For example, James Dean with his S14.9. Basically a chassis of Nissan Silvia S14, but a body kit to make it look like Nissan Silvia S15. The only difference you can basically see is, if I'm not mistaken, but you can correct me in the comments, you can see like the roof of the car and the shape of the windows is still looking like the S14, but you can see it on more drivers on the grid, and it's 90 points for Randy Noah. And that's a really, really, really strong one. I think even in Czech Republic we can see it on some cars. I don't know if on too many, but for example Pelican that is driving E46 and has a body kit of BMW M2, if I'm not mistaken. If I am, I'm sorry, but I think that is the case. But right now Jakub Bartko starting on the grid with 88 points and a beautiful old Toyota Supra. Jakub Bartko, really skillful driver, and a huge angle full throttle coming into the series of the inside clips. And that's really nice, and a really aggressive run from Jakub Bartko, and a huge angle right after he touch and go number one. Is it gonna work for him? It does work for him, but he almost makes a contact with the rear bumper of his car with the wall. But overall, a really, really nice run from Jakub Bartko, who was on 88 points. So even if he didn't improve, he's safe. He should get into the battles. But as you can see, he wanted to improve. He was not as deep as he could be on the outside zone number 2. I did not spot that in the first view of his run. But the angle over here, it's 90 degrees. How can you hold it? But it looks like it made some troubles for him, as he was not able to ride the wall from the beginning and had to make slight corrections to put himself right back on the wall. Jakub Bartko at this moment is on a 15th place with 88 points. So he's somewhere in the mid-pack. It's not a bad position to start the battles with, in my opinion. And of course 86 points for Jakub Bartko, so not an improvement. But Jakub knows he's safe at this moment, as we right now had 31 drivers already managed to do qualifications, so no drop zone yet, but it's gonna come really soon. Right now, of course, we have Hassan Sharif with his E92 and a 91 points from his first run. Let's see if he's gonna improve it. A little bit of a late initiation, but he's on a really nice line right now, and Hassan Sharif is doing really good, quite deep on the outside zone number 3, maybe even touching a little bit of the curb. I believe we will be able to see it in the replay, and he rides the wall really nicely. That was really brave from Hassan Sharif, as he dived right on the door, right on the wall from the beginning. And we can see Adam Tomeček in the chat that he said that he just played it basically safe in his second run. And I think it was wise decision, as Adam Tomeček is with 83 points. He is currently on 22nd position, so he should be safe. That you cannot say about his teammate drivers. Jakub Želazko on a 29th position with 62 points. That's gonna be really risky, and most likely will not be able to get into the top 32s. Marek Kalus from Zapalto as well, 77 points. That could happen. I didn't do the calculations right now, but we have at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 8 or 9 drivers ahead of us. So it's gonna be really close for Marek Kalus to fit in, but it's 92 points for Hassan Sharif. Managed to improve himself. 1 point difference between his first and second run, but right now we can see Ali Mohamed with 91 points. As I said, he does not like the track, it does not fit his style, but he wants the podium. Another beautiful, beautiful car, throws it in a huge angle, and right now he overcommitted, he overshot it a little bit and was too wide. and most likely is not gonna be touching the 90s, as he started to make some mistakes. Now it's really deep, and I almost thought he's gonna make a contact with the wall, but he managed to ride the wall just perfect from Ali Mohammed right there, and he is going on the grass. A little bit of grass cutting from Ali Mohammed right in the end. Ali Mohammed with a huge angle right after the outside zone number 2, but as we can see, it did not pay off, as he was too wide, and it's most likely the biggest mistake of his run, and that's gonna cost him the most points, I believe. Still waiting for the points for Ali Mohammed, who is pretty safe with 91 points from his first run. So it doesn't really matter for him if he gets a lower score, as 91 points is really, really good score to begin with. And here we go, it's 89 points for Mohammed Ali. Not an improvement, but still on 8th position overall in the qualification so far, so that's not something he should be ashamed of course not. And right now we are going for the last driver of this 8. And it's Michael Verras with 89 points from his first run. Michael Verras with the only Corvette, I believe, on the grid in the CDSV right now. Not initiating in a huge angle, but making it a little bit too much on the inside clip. Number 1 needs to improve the line a little bit, but deep on the outside zone number 3, and in a huge angle on the touch and go number 1 going into the last corner, scraping the bumper all the way from the beginning to the end. The only thing I kind of was worried about was the first part of the track for Michael Verras, where it almost looked like he touched the curve with his front wheel. The initiation was absolutely okay, a little bit of left foot brake, not such a huge angle, and maybe a little bit of the curb on the inside zone number 1 for Michael Verras. The other of the track looked pretty decent after that. Little bit of left foot braking to keep inside the zone of outside zone number 4. I'm sorry, and kind of managed to do that, but in the middle of the zone he went a little bit on the inside, so that could cost him some points as well. 89 points was the best one for Michael Verras. And 94 points for Michael Verras for his second qualifying run, putting him on a second spot so far in the qualifications. I did not see that coming, I have to say, so I'm sorry, Michael Verras, for being harsh on you in the commentary box a little bit, as 94 is amazing score, and being second so far, and we have so many 90s. We have 13 drivers with 90s, and right now we will switch the drivers, restart the server, and once again we will be back with you in a few moments, guys. ladies and gentlemen, and we are back in the last 8 of today's qualifications, and right now we will see Joseph Donik with his Nissan Silvia S13 for his first qualification attempt. Joseph Donik currently 7th in the championship, definitely has the reach to reach the top spots for the season, so let's see how he holds up in a huge angle after the outside zone number 2, something we see quite often, hopefully with not too much diesel, with a huge angle and really close on the inside clip. Number 3 coming into the last corner, slight correction over there to put his bumper on the wall in the last zone, outside zone number 4, I'm sorry, so Joseph Donik right here with his first run. Let's see if it's gonna be enough to put him in a top 32 battle. I believe it's gonna be enough. The question is it gonna be enough to be on the top spots of qualifications? Really good on the lead line. I can see maybe slight deceleration after the outside zone number 2, but definitely high score for Joseph Donik. Still waiting for the score for Joseph Donik from our judges. So let's see, the score should be on the graphics in any second, and it's 90 points for Joseph Donik. Another one to join in with the 90s. 14 drivers with 90s plus score right now. But right now we can see the Frenchman and the only French guy that will be joining the Virtual Drift Masters 2025, and it's Lucas Pasquini with his beautiful BMW E82 throwing a huge angle in the first zone, and that's looking pretty solid and pretty aggressive run for Lucas Pasquini. Also with the deceleration after the outside zone number 2, that's not something that the judges will revert, but the run itself is looking pretty amazing. Has to adjust the angle a little bit on the outside zone number 4 to stay on the wall. But either way, a really nice run from Lucas Pasquini, and in my point of view, one of the, if not the best looking car on the CDSV grid. But Lucas Pasquini with a really nice lead line. Only minor mistakes that will deduct points from his score. And Lucas Pasquini with 87 points, putting him on the 19th spot, which is incredible. Having 87 points and being 19th. Can you imagine? But right now, ladies and gentlemen, Czech favorite definitely, Samuel Kuti, with his BMW E36 carbon drift team, and throwing the car in a huge angle and with a little bit late initiation, but Samuel Kuti is on a nice lead line in between those inside clips and coming a little bit deep on the outside zone number 3. And Samuel Kuti with a huge flick after the touch and go number 1, but makes it work. I think there might have been a small contact with the wall on the outside zone number 4, but Samuel Kuti with a strong run. And it's his first one, and it's another driver that will be attending Virtual Drift Masters 2025 as the only Czech driver there, and it's not easy to get there, as you guys probably know. But if you're watching and you're new to virtual drifting, or you're not competitive drifter, in Drift Masters Virtual there will be only 50 drivers. 10 of them are real Drift Masters drivers, and 40 of them were only invitational, based on the criteria, and they were judged by the previous season how they went. So they had a huge amount of drivers to pick from, and Samuel Cote was one of them, and we are very happy to have him here and very happy to give him a shout out for joining the VDM, and we'll be definitely watching the whole season and praying and wishing him the best results possible. Super nice guys as well, and let's see what points he gets from the judges for his first qualifying run right here on a round 3 Czech Drift Series Virtual. And 95 points for Samuel Cote. That's a huge score, and Sam is going on a second place in the qualification so far, right behind Ahmed Al-Zubaga with 97 points. That's a huge success, another success, I shall say, for Samuel Cote. Samuel, who is currently on a 5th place in the championships, but championship order, I'm sorry, but it's just a few points away from the 2nd place. But right now, let's jump in for Martin Oraves, the Slovakian driver, who overshot it a little bit in a huge angle and was too wide and too away from the inside clip number 1. But Matej Oraves is trying to improve his run in the second half of the track, and he puts the bumper on the wall really nicely with a full throttle. But the mistake in the first run of the battle will be definitely deducted by the judges. But let's see in the replay how he went. Nice initiation right where he should be, I think, but braking after the outside zone kind of made it work, but was not as close on the inside of the track as he could be or as he should be by the judges. Really good there on the wall by Matej Oraves. Matej Oraves, who managed to be 3rd on the first round in Sosnova, right now will be definitely fighting for the podium steps to keep his spot or to improve his spot in the championship, and it's 86 points for Matej Oraves in his first run. But right now we will see Robert Kwieciński, Polish driver, and another driver joining the VDM for 2025 season. Let's see if he can prove himself as the Drift Masters driver right now. Robert Kwieciński with the first run. Really weird initiation for me, but coming in a huge angle after the transition, after the outside zone number 2. Let's see how he holds up through the outside zone number 3. It makes no problem for him, and he goes in a huge flick transition, and coming in the last corner needs to put the bumper on the wall and ride it all the way, and that's what he does with no foot brake at all. So that was a kind of a nice run from Robert Kwieciński, I would say. And let's just check the replay, how it looked like from the chase camera. Maybe a little bit late initiation, but made it work. No deselling after the outside zone number 2, basically just a few kilometers per hour dropped. And as we can see, Robert Kwieciński on a really nice lead line, maybe missing a little bit of the X factor, the aggressiveness of the transition, but overall the lead line was really good by Robert Kwieciński. And Robert Kwieciński with 94 points. Another huge score coming from the best drivers of CDSV at the moment, and Robert Kwieciński on a 3rd place so far. But right now, let's have a look at the last round's winner, and it's Liam Akihiko from Great Britain, that will definitely try to stay in the top spots in CDSV, as he is currently second in the championships order. So let's see how Liam Akihiko will do. Nice transition, fast flick, and coming with a huge angle, almost too big angle in the inside clip number 1. That's a typical mistake of the drivers from today's qualifications run, but Liam Akihiko flicks the car in a huge angle coming into the last corner. A lot of left foot brake to put himself on the wall. As we can see, the right front wheel stops absolutely for quite a long period of time to push himself outside to the wall. Let's see Liam Akihiko with a quick flick right there. And a huge angle, more than 90 degrees angle coming into the first left-hand corner, and Liam Akihiko left foot brakes to push himself to the outside zone number 3. Overall, quite a lot of left foot brake, and that's something not typical for Liam Akihiko, as he is usually pinpoint perfect, but at this point quite a few corrections from Liam Akihiko. Of course, the line and the run was really good, but I'm being a little bit harsh on Liam Akihiko, as he's one of the best drivers we have here. So of course Liam Akihiko with a nice run, and and we can see 84 points for Liam Akihiko, so that's a little bit surprising for me, as Liam Akihiko really definitely has what it takes to have higher scores and to end up on higher spots in the qualifications. But right now, the current leader of the championship, Alex O'Hara, another guy from Great Britain, another drive drifting for a Big Duck Club. Let's see what he has to offer for his first qualification run. And he is on a really, really nice lead line. Alex O'Hara with no left foot braking throughout the outside zone number 3, flicking in a huge angle and coming in the last corner and putting his bumper on the wall. No left foot brake whatsoever, and a really nice line put by Alex O'Hara. Let's see Alex O'Hara's run from the replay, really deep on the outside zone number 1, as well as outside zone number 2. Really nice lead line from Alex O'Hara. The line points will definitely be there. The question is, was there enough style and maybe the angle, as not a lot of smoke tire is coming from his rear axle in the last corner. So that was our current leader of the championship, Alex O'Hara. Right now, Alex O'Hara with 171 points in the championship. Behind him is Liam Akihiko with 138. So that's quite a big step. If I'm counting correctly, it's 33 points different in the championships order between Alex O'Hara and Liam Akihiko. After that, Liam Akihiko with 138 and Robert Kuczynski with 133. And we can see Alex O'Hara with 93 points in his first qualifying run, so that's really, really solid points, putting him on a 6th place so far. So Alex O'Hara definitely safe for the battles. And it was the last guy that we will see on his first qualification attempt, and right now we are jumping back to Joseph Donik with his second qualification attempt. And I'm sorry, I have to correct myself, it's Sebastian Sharon, who I forgot he jumped in the qualification or the registration late. So let's see how Sebastian will go right now, as he is too much on the inside of on inside clip number 1, putting one wheel on the curb, but doing really nicely on the outside zone number 3, coming in a huge flick and in the last corner with a little bit of a handbrake and putting the rear bumper of his car on the wall. So that was Sebastian Sharon, who is actually not the first one in the championship. He started as the last one in the qualifications because he jumped in the registration in our system late. So that's the reason. When it comes to his position in the championship, he is on a 19th position right now. 19th position. So let's see what the points for Sébastien Cheron will be. Another French driver after Lucas Pasquini. $83 points for Sébastien Cheron, putting him on a 29th position. And we can already see the drop zones. And it's Ondřej Winterlík with 79 points. And unfortunately, after him, we can see that quite a few drivers will not be able to fit inside. But right now, it's Joseph Donik for his second qualification attempt. So let's see how he will go. 90 points from his first one, and it's looking really aggressive, flicking from a huge angles, fast transition, big angles, now really deep on the outside zone number 3, and another aggressive and a huge flick from Joseph Donik. He is playing with fire as he puts his bumper on the wall once again, and that is a nice run from Joseph Donik that at least I can totally appreciate, with a little 360 in the end. Joseph Donik with a really aggressive run. And we can see the hardest part for our drivers today is most likely the outside zone number 2 and the inside clip number 1. That's something I was not expecting. I was expecting the drivers to have more problems when it comes to the wall ride in outside zone number 4. But no, the most problems for drivers, not crashes, but the most corrections and the most problems come in between the OZ2 and the inside clip number 1. And don't forget, guys, we can already see him in the comment section, but Champifly with amazing drone action will be there in the top 32, so you will not see only this chase camera, but a real live guy doing the drone work. And it's 93 points for Joseph Donik, improvement from him, and a 7th place for Joseph, as we can see right now. And we can go for another guy, the French guy doing the VDM 2025 with a beautiful E82 car. But definitely stay tuned for a drone action, something I personally really love. The human factor in a drone and not just being a steady camera, it's something amazing, and he does amazing work. But let's jump back to Lucas Pasquini's second qualification attempt. Huge angle for Lucas Pasquini as he throws his small BMW in a big angle and dives deep into the outside zone number 3. Another huge aggressive transition after the touch and go number 1 and putting the rear bumper on the wall really closely, and the proximity between him and the wall is basically inexistent as he finishes really strong and goes over the finishing line. And let's see once again the replay for Lucas Pasquini and his E82. That's amazing. Lucas Pasquini with a great lead line, and the aggressiveness is there as well. Huge flicks, as you can see, fast transitions to huge angle, almost 90 degrees after the touch and go number 1, and putting the bumper with a slight left foot brake action there. But I have to say, one of the most spectacular runs I have seen in today's qualification so far that Lucas Pasquini did, and the amazing looks of his car, they just add a little bit of the special salt over it. $94 points for Lucas Pasquini. I was almost expecting a little better score, as looked really amazing for me, but 6th place for Lucas Pasquini, amazing score. and he improved from 87 points. So that was most likely the goal for Lucas Pasquini, or it's usually or always the goal to improve, of course. But 94 points, really solid score, and we have 4 drivers with 94 right now. And 18 drivers having 90 plus, and that's something absolutely incredible. But right now, let's concentrate on what is on the starting line, as it is Samuel Kuti with 95 points from the first run. Let's see if he's going to be able to improve. The Czech fighter, one of the best, if not the best, Czech virtual drifting guy with amazing line, huge angles. Samuel Kuti is trying to give the little bit of the aggressiveness on top of that. Samuel Kuti in a huge angle coming into the last corner, but I don't know if it's gonna be better than the 95 points, and maybe a little bit more corrections over there. Let's see what the judges will think about that run, but 95 points from the first run is definitely going to be hard to beat. Let's see from the replay action, really deep on the inside clip number 1, coming into the 2, deep as well. Really good lead line there between those inside clips. As he's dieseling with a huge angle right before the wall ride action. Could be a little bit closer on the wall right from the beginning. But Samuel Kuti with 95 points from the first run is definitely absolutely in the safe. And as we can see, this is our last group of drivers. So only a few more moments to finish qualifications, then we will have a small break, and then we will jump into the battles. Judges still not sure about the points, as it seems we are still waiting for the judges to decide. So let's see if he's going to be able to improve. And Samuel Kuti with 96 points for his second qualifying run. The consistency is incredible, and he was able to improve by 1 point. Samuel Kuti is still on the second place, unfortunately not being able to be first on the qualifications, as Ahmed Alzubaga is there with 97 points, but 96 points is amazing score and most likely will not be beaten. But let's see if there is a chance by another great driver to be able to beat Samuel Kuti. As we can see, Matej Oravec on his qualification run number 2, coming with a huge angle and quite wide into the last corner. I'm not sure if the judges will like this approach, but let's see if he is going to be able in the 90s or not, as Matej Oravec had 86 points from his first run. Huge angle coming out of the outside zone number 2. And definitely a solid run from Matej Oravec. As we can see, Michal Kuti in the comment section really happy with the performance of Samuel Kuti. Score and 95 points for Matej Oravec. Huge improvement, and he almost took down Samuel Kuti, but just by 1 point he did not manage to do that. And Matej Oravec now moving to the 3rd spot. What a strong qualifications, and right now, as we are coming closer to the finish, the drivers are getting absolutely incredible. But right now with Robert Kwiatkowski with his Toyota Supra, a little bit safer and late initiation, and once again quite further away from inside clip number 1. It feels like Robert Kwiatkowski is not feeling right in his skin at this moment, but let's see if he's going to be able to figure it out on the wall. And it looks like he does. And Robert Kwiatkowski, who actually has 94 points from his first run. Let's see if he's going to be able to improve. Usually we can see Robert Kwiatkowski amazing on the qualifications. As we can see in the system, I checked it out, his average position in qualification is 3rd. So that's really incredible to be so consistent and being on the top spots in qualies. "46 battles that he just finished, and 40 of them he won. So the statistics and the percentage of won battles is crazy as well for Robert Kwiatkowski. So let's see the graphics, how Robert Kwiatkowski will do. And the graphics are not showing up right now, so we are sorry for that, but it's 91 points for Robert Kwiatkowski, so not an improvement. And right now, let's go with Liam Akihiko, currently the second guy in the championship, throwing the car in huge angles and being too deep on the outside zone number 2. So that's not something really nice, and braking lately in the outside zone number 2 as Liam Akihiko transitions into the last set of corners and being really on the outside. And that's not nice from Liam Akihiko. What just happened there as he shut it completely off? Was it some technical issues on his sim rig on PC or something? Or was it just too big of an angle and he knew he cannot improve and he knew he cannot hold it, so he just shut it off? Let's see what just happened there as Liam Akihiko was deep on the outside zone number 2, but not something crucial to stop drifting. Right now transitioning, and I think he threw it in too big of an angle, almost over-rotating, so he just shut it off as he was not able to get back in the angle. But right now, Alex O'Hara with 93 points in the qualifications so far, 8th position in the qualifications. So if he wants to keep being on the podiums, he needs to improve a little bit. And Alex O'Hara with a nice and calm initiation, a little bit of a handbrake after the outside zone number 2. Again, something the judges will not really appreciate him doing. And Alex O'Hara flicking in a huge angle and going into the last corner. And I have to say, I don't think this is gonna beat 93 points from Alex's first run. And Alex O'Hara will most likely stay on the 8th place in the qualifications. But let's see what the judges will think about scoring this run. The beginning was really nice, but the deselling after the outside zone number 2 was there, even though not terrible. And Liam Akihiko, even the last corner was not really there for him, as he had to push himself outside a little bit to stay in the zone and stay on the wall. And here we go with the points for Alex O'Hara. And it's 94 points. The graphics still don't work. We are sorry about that. We will fix it really soon. But Alex O'Hara managed to improve himself by 1 point. And Alex O'Hara is currently on a 4th spot, so he improved quite a lot. But right now, let's go with Sebastian Sharon and his second qualifying attempt. Sebastian, as I said before, he is 19th in the championship. 31st in the championship, I'm sorry. So he's just qualifying now because he managed to get late into the system somehow. So let's see what the judges will say about Sharon's second qualifying attempt. 83 points from his first one. Not as deep as he could be on the outside zone number 1. Same goes for the outside zone number 2, as he went away from it quite soon. Not a huge angle coming after the transition for a touch and go number 1. And it's 86 points for Sebastian Sharon, so he improved quite a bit as well, as he had 83 from the first one and now 86 from the second one. So we just finished the qualifications with Maciej Oravec on the third place with 95, Samuel Kute with 96 points on the second place, and the first one is 97 points for Ahmed Al-Zubaga. So really strong qualifications we just witnessed, and we will be back in a few moments with the top 32 battles action. We will have about half an hour break, I believe. So grab something to eat, grab something to drink, and be sure to come back and to invite your friends as well. And let's see each other on the battle action. Ladies and gentlemen, that was it for the qualifications today, and see you in a few moments in top 32. Dámy a pánové, a my jsme zpátky v top 32 a v tuhle chvíli už nás čekají jenom battly. V tuhle chvíli nás čekají jenom battly. Máme tady Ahmeda Al-Subagu, který bude v tuhle chvíli battlit proti Ondřeji Winterlíkovi. Ahmed Al-Subaga, který si dokázal vysloužit 97 bodů v kvalifikaci a proti němu se postaví Ondřej Winterlík. V tuhle chvíli okay, sorry, I will switch to English. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back with top 32 action right now, and we have Ondřej Winterlík and Ahmed Al-Subaga. Ondřej Winterlík on the chase, Ahmed Al-Subaga in the lead right now. Ahmed Al-Subaga with 97 points from qualification as the top qualifying or top qualifier. Against him from Czech Republic, Ondřej Winterlík with 79 points. So let's see how it will go. Right now we were having some troubles with the judges, or let's better say Ahmed Al-Subaga was actually standing too far away on the start and he was not standing on a starting line. So I think both of guys fixed their position, and I believe we are ready to go in a few moments. We still have some technical issues with the drivers right now, so the drivers will have to wait on the line a little bit as they fix their position from which they are starting. And we have to jump back with the commercial block, as there is slight technical issues right now with the starting light actually not working. So that's something, as you can see, that can happen in the real life or in the virtual world as well. But we will be back in about 1 or 2 minutes when we will fix this, as it's just a quick fix. So let's just stay here with us at the live stream, and we will be back in 1 or 2 minutes, guys. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and we are back with a working starting line this time, so everything should be good to go. As we can see, the orange color is on it, and it just went off, and we are ready to go, but the drivers now are not going, so I guess where is the problem? There's maybe some technical issues on the Ahmed Al-Subaga side right now, I don't know, and here we go. So hopefully everything goes well for both of these drivers, as Ondřej Winterlík is very far away and Ahmed Al-Subaga is basically on a single lead line, and I don't know what happened, but Ondřej Winterlík is nowhere to be found. The separation between those drivers is huge at this moment, and Ondřej Winterlík is trying to get back into the action, and the judges will be probably looking at the starting procedure if it was done correctly, as if Ahmed Al-Subaga actually started in the right time as a started procedure. Maybe we can check it in the production after the replay if the starting procedure was done correctly from Ahmed Al-Subaga, but I hear from the judges that it was most likely done right. So We will see, but as we can see, the separation is something we don't usually see in virtual drifting, so there must have been something confusing for the drivers in the starting procedure. Well, anyways, if the starting procedure was correct, we will soon see Alzubaga, Ahmed in the chase and Ondřej Winterlík on the lead. And as I hear, my microphone is still slightly with volume down, so if you can say if the volume of my commentary is okay at this moment, I would be very happy. Baglis, děkujeme každopádně za upozornění. Volume up, and where is the problem? Is the microphone or the in-game? As it seems, both drivers are taking the long way around the circuit, which is not the correct way as well, so we have to wait before they come to the starting line. And at this point, Ondřej Winterlík on the lead position and Ahmed Alzubaga on the chase. And here we go, Ondřej Winterlík and Ahmed Alzubaga on the run-up, and Ahmed Alzubaga starting behind Ondřej Winterlík, but the separation is there as well, huge, but Ondřej Winterlík on a bad lead line as he makes the usual mistake we've seen in qualifications, and he overshot inside clip number 1, and Ahmed Alzubaga is diving in the last corner. He probably knows that Ondřej Winterlík was very far away, so he's just keeping a safe distance, and he shortened the distance right in the finish, but yeah, very, very controversial run, especially the first part of it. So let's see in the replay as Ahmed Alzubaga was keeping the distance from the beginning and pushing on Ondřej Winterlík in the end. Most likely tactics, as Ahmed Alzubaga heard from the spotter that Ondřej Winterlík was far away. There was some confusion at the starting procedure. So we will see which driver gets the win right now. And right now, Ahmed Alzubaga taking the win from the first round. Graphics still problems with it, hopefully fixed for the next moments. And right now we can see Kilian Guerlus and against him Martin Kondula, the Czech driver driving the Michal Reichert's Evo 3 tire killer. So let's see how this goes. Both drivers did similar in qualifications, as Kilian Guerlus goes from the 16th position and Martin Kondula from 17, 91 points versus 19. Martin Kondula is far away as well. What is going on? Those drivers are confused in the starting procedure somehow, and Martin Kondula totally slept during the starting procedure, and Kilian Guerlus is basically on a single lead line, qualification line, and Martin Kondula is trying to push into taking the inside line to get on the door of Kilian Guerlus, and he managed to do so right before the finishing line, and the separation The proximity between Martin Kondula and Kilian Guerlus was huge from the beginning. What's going on? It looks like they both started at a similar time, but Kilian Guerlus with a much faster setup on the straight. As Kilian Guerlus was just pulling away from Martin Kondula, and the whole run for Martin Kondula was just trying to catch up with Kilian Guerlus. And right now we will see different positions as Martin Kondula will lead in Kilian Guerlus. Let's see if Kilian Guerlus is really that fast, and he is on the back bumper of Martin Kondula from the beginning. Both guys initiated simultaneously in the same time, and Kilian Guerlus really close on the door of Martin Kondula. Martin Kondula with a slight correction and not getting as inside on the inside clip as he could, and Kilian Guerlus is trying, and he's with the major corrections on Kilian Guerlus' side. He is so gripped up, it seems that he's having problems to keep the car in the drift and in the angle behind Martin Kondula. I don't know what is going on right now, but it seems like Kilian Guerlus is with a huge amount of grip. On the other side, Martin Kondula was just, and you can see he almost didn't let Martin Kondula to transition from the replay, as we can see. And once again, so close from Kilian Guerlus pushing on the transition and diving on the door of Martin Kondula. It wasn't the cleanest chase, of course, but and the winner of this battle is Kilian Guerlus. Unfortunately for Martin Kondula, Kilian Guerlus is the one who's going to top 16, and most likely the biggest difference in the run was actually in the beginning, where Martin Kondula just wasn't able to keep up with the vehicle of Kilian Guerlus. And right now we will see Lucas Pasquini against Sebastian Cheron. Two French guys meeting each other and battling each other in the top 32. Lucas Pasquini, the VDM driver, and Sebastian Cheron in the chase. Lucas Pasquini quite far away from Sebastian Cheron, who is diving on the door in the second corner on Lucas Pasquini, but Lucas Pasquini has got the pace, and Sebastian Cheron looks like cannot find the pace and cannot find the recipe to push on the door of Lucas Pasquini, and Sebastian Cheron with a lot of corrections, but Lucas Pasquini with a really clean and really nice lead line. Another kind of scrappy run we see, and it's really untypical for virtual drifting, as you can see Sebastian Cheron diving there on the door of Lucas Pasquini. I don't see any major problems in the lead line of Lucas Pasquini, but Sebastian Cheron is scrappy on the chase. He's trying to push the door of Lucas Pasquini the whole time, but he did not manage to find the right timing and find a right placement of his vehicle. Right now in a different positions, Sebastian Cheron in the lead, Lucas Pasquini on the chase. Sebastian Cheron in a huge angle decelling after the outside zone number 2, and we can see it's making problems for Lucas Pasquini already. Lucas Pasquini with a nice mimicking of the angle and of the line of Sebastian Cheron, and Lucas Pasquini is scraping the door of Sebastian Cheron, and both of the guys go through the finishing line. And what a run from Lucas Pasquini, who had to fight with the lead line of Sebastian Cheron. As we can see, Lucas Pasquini really close from the initiation. Transition a little bit late and dives on the door of Sebastian Cheron, but loses himself a little bit there in the smoke and makes some proximity between him and Sebastian, but dives right back, and the transition to the last corner from Lucas Pasquini was really spectacular, as he probably knew he does not have to do so much to win this battle, as he heard from the spotter that this chase run from Sebastian Sharon was not looking really good. Unfortunate for Sebastian Sharon. And Lucas Pasquini takes the win, and hopefully we will have the graphics up and running in a few moments. But right now, on the starting line, on the right, Joseph Donik, on the left, Jan Matjaž, who's going to be chasing Joseph Donik, and we can see Jan Matjaž is jumping on the chase a little bit sooner, and he can do it. He knows Joseph Donik is fast, and he has to push, and he's really close from the beginning, glued on the door of Joseph Donik. Jan Matjaž with slightly less angle, but really close on the transition, and he made some problems for himself there. I think he was too close for him to transition, and had to back off a little bit. That's going to be problems for Jan Matjaž, as Joseph Donik on a really nice lead line and scraping the bumper on the wall in the last corner where outside zone 4 is, and both of the guys go through the finishing line right now. Well, unfortunate for Jan Matjaž, we can see in the replay he was close in the beginning. He managed to be really close on the transition there. A transition a little bit later, of course, but here he even hit Joseph Donik. There was a contact between Jan Matjaž and Joseph Donik. And of course, that's the reason Jan Matjaž had to back off a little bit and lost some ground on Joseph Donik. It seems as well as Joseph Donik has got a bigger grip, a bigger traction in his vehicle. Right now in different positions as Joseph Donik chases down in Matjaž, but the proximity from Joseph Donik is missing as well, as Jan Matjaž is really fast in a lead line actually, and Joseph Donik nowhere to be found. I thought that Joseph Donik is going to be much faster and much closer to Jan Matjaž, and that is not the case. He managed to close down the proximity right in the end, but not from the beginning. As we can see in the replay, Joseph Donik has to shortcut the track quite a bit to get on the door of Jan Matjaž. And Jan Matjaž with a strong lead as well. And Joseph Donik, who actually managed to be 9th in qualifications against Jan Matjaž with 24th position in qualifications. It would be really something not typical for Joseph Donik, such a good driver, to lose so fast. So let's see what the judges, I can still hear them discussing. Hopefully the graphics is working right now. We will see slided left for Jan Matjaž and right for Joseph Donik. And it is one more time, and it's a split decision as Jakub Zapoušek goes for Joseph Donik. But one more time from Ondřej Koubek and David Kalaš. Okay, and we are jumping right back into the one more time battle, and it's once again Joseph Donik versus Jan Matjaž. Let's see if they will improve. Jan Matjaž this time on a much nicer chase run, but Joseph Donik is on a clean lead line as well. Jan Matjaž with a slight proximity between him and now makes a mistake as Jan Matjaž is too wide and Joseph Donik on the right line. I don't know what happened there, but Jan Matjaž was too late on the transition after the touch and go number 1. Okay, let's see it one more time in the replay. A really nice transition there from Jan Matjaž. And here was the problem. I don't know what happened because the transition was timed correctly, but it just put Jan Matjaž so much on the right side of the track, making it impossible for him to dive right back on the door of Joseph Donik right away on the outside zone number 4. And as we can see, Joseph Donik will chase down Jan Matjaž right now. Joseph Donik is so close! I thought there's gonna be contact and Joseph Donik had to back off from this battle, but Joseph Donik is pushing right away on the door of Jan Matjaž with a less angle, but biting on the door of Jan Matjaž right now. And this is incredible chase from Joseph Donik, as a few corrections here and there, but the proximity is really close. As we can see from the replay here, Joseph Donik made some mistake, but I can see where this is most likely going, even though Jan Matjaž could have had much closer battle if he didn't make the huge mistake on touch and go number 1 in his chase. So let's see, slide left for Jan Matjaž, right for Joseph Donik. And here we go, Joseph Donik takes the win of this top 32 battle and moves to the top 16. Unfortunate for Jan Matjaž, but right now we will move on to the battle of champions, we can say. Liam Akihiko versus Alex O'Hara. Two guys both took the podium in round 1 and round 2. So right now, actually the first place, as Alex O'Hara was first in the first round and Liam Akihiko first in the second round. So this is gonna be a really tight battle. Unfortunate for them to meet in the top 32 already, and Liam Akihiko is incredibly close to Alex O'Hara, and Alex O'Hara puts his bumper on the wall, but he could be a little bit really deeper. But Liam Akihiko with a great work on the chase, and I was not expecting anything less. Let's look at the replay, how it looked like from Liam Akihiko's perspective on the chase. Oh, putting the wheel on wheel over there is something really hard in this part of the track. Liam Akihiko a little bit too much on the inside and right now dives on the door of Alex O'Hara, who was not as deep as he could from the beginning of this outside zone number 4. So let's get going. Liam Akihiko right now in the lead, Alex O'Hara in the chase. Nice initiation from Liam Akihiko on Liam Akihiko with a huge angle and dieseling too hard. That's gonna be something really hard to chase and mimic for Alex O'Hara, and Alex O'Hara is diving back on Liam Akihiko. And I wanted to say from the beginning that the proximity was not there for Alex O'Hara, as he was quite far away from Liam Akihiko, but Liam Akihiko with a huge mistake after the outside zone number 2. As you can see, the proximity is not there, but Liam Akihiko, huge angle almost backwards. And I can hear the judges already speaking about and discussing the matter when it comes to the outside zone number 2 and Liam Akihiko's angle. But I have to say, Alex O'Hara coped with it really well. And let's see how Liam Akihiko with a huge angle. It's more than 90 degrees. He's on 100 kilometers per hour and dropping down to 74 or something like that. So that's quite a decel after the decel zone. So let's see, a lot of mistakes on both sides of these drivers. As to 79, that was actually the speed of the chaser, I'm sorry, but still quite a decel. And once again, I would not want to be judged on this one because mistakes were made on both sides. So let's see how it's gonna go. Still waiting for a decision. It's about to come in any second. Slide left for Liam Akihiko, slide right for Alex O'Hara. David Kalash left for Liam Akihiko, and one more time from other two judges, from Ondřej Koubek and Jakub Zapoušek, pardon, and as we can see, it's gonna be one more time. So another one more time, that's really interesting as we are in a fifth battle and second one more time. And here we go, Alex O'Hara in the lead and Liam Akihiko in the chase. Alex O'Hara with a huge angle, much better work from both of these guys right now as Liam Akihiko makes some space for Alex O'Hara to transition, and he's pushing the rear wheel of Alex O'Hara. Alex O'Hara with a nice lead line and putting the bumper much deeper this time. And Liam Akihiko, that's what we want to see from Liam Akihiko and Alex O'Hara. And that is what these guys can do. These are the winners of round 1 and winner of round 2 of Czech Drift Series Virtual. Much better run from both of these guys. Really close work there from Liam Akihiko, maybe a little bit early transition as he puts himself on the left side of the track, but not a huge problem. And the proximity between Liam and Alex in the last part of the track, last meters of the track, just before the finishing line, that was something really spectacular. But let's jump back right into the second part of the one more time battle, where Alex O'Hara will chase down Liam Akihiko. And both guys in a huge flick. Alex O'Hara with slightly less angle, and Liam Akihiko again with almost reverse entry, making almost problems for Alex O'Hara to transition, but he made it work somehow. And this time Liam Akihiko and Alex O'Hara mimicking Liam Akihiko really nicely. Liam Akihiko with a hit of the wall, I think, right there in the end. And that's really something to think about once again, because we can see in the replay right now it's almost all perfect. Great lead line by Alex. Great lead line by Liam Akihiko. Great chase by Alex O'Hara. Liam Akihiko right here close to the wall, but oh yeah, he hits the wall, and that's a problem for Liam Akihiko. Judges are still deciding. So let's see, slide him left for Liam Akihiko, slide him right for Alex O'Hara. And I have to say, we are witnessing the battle of the guys that are right now first and second in the championship. So this is gonna scramble the positions in the championship so far. And the winner is Liam Akihiko, and Alex O'Hara, the current leader in the championship, goes out in top 32. That is something that's gonna hurt Alex O'Hara quite a bit, as he had a huge advantage in the points in the championship standings. But right now he's gonna drop down and Liam Akiko is gonna move forward. But right now let's jump back and we'll see Omar Baghdadli in the lead, Walter Bolacek in the chase. That was really weird in the starting procedure, but Walter Bolacek with problems on the transition as he had to back off and make some space for transition for Amar Baghdadli, but Amar Baghdadli is on quite a nice lead line. Walter Bolacek quite deep and will have to dive deep down on the door of Amar Baghdadli to get back in the battle. Let's see what really happened there. Walter Bolacek initiating from the right side. And that's correct. He didn't have enough space for transition, so he had to increase the angle a little bit, slow down, and then dive back on the door. Quite a few mistakes from Walter Bolacek. Now he's too much on the right side, too wide. And Amar Baghdadli on a quite nice lead line. Let's see Walter Bolacek now in the lead and Amar Baghdadli in the chase position. Walter Bolacek with a wide initiation, a huge Scandinavian flick, and problems for Amar Baghdadli as he overthrown the transition and he put himself in a too big angle. And he had to shallow up quite a bit to get back in the battle, and Amar Baghdadli with the same problems, and now he's gonna hit Walter Bolacek, and he didn't hit him or just hit slightly, but had to back off and brake fully, not to make a huge contact, and I thought that's gonna be over for Amar Baghdadli right now, and I'm super interested in what it looked like from his perspective on the replay. Really close transition right there coming into the outside zone number 3 as Amar Baghdadli dives. Oh, and he makes a contact on Walter Bolacek. Walter Bolacek managed not to hit the wall afterwards, but that's not gonna be looking good for Amar Baghdadli. Slide him left for Walter Bolacek and right for Amar Baghdadli. And it goes left for Walter Bolacek, the Hungarian driver, and Amar Baghdadli falls out of the competition right now. So some interesting battles and interesting results are coming in already. Amar Baghdadli, who was 20th in the championships order right now. And I'm already interested in what the standings of the championships will look like after this round, as Alex O'Hara falls out in top 32. It's something I was not expecting, but it could be playing in the hands for many other drivers, so the gap will actually decrease. But right now, Talal Nahar versus Robert Kwiatkowski. Kwiatkowski in the chase, Talal in the lead, and oh my god, and a huge hit from the chase, and I'm sorry, it was Talal Nahar in the chase who hit Robert Kwiatkowski right there in the outside zone number 2. So that's interesting. Another huge mistake in the top 32 by a really experienced driver. Let's see what happened there. Robert Kwiatkowski on a nice lead line. Oh, and Talal Nahar diving on the inside. And that looked like it could be Talal Nahar's fault, as Robert Kwiatkowski was on his nice lead line, and he basically threw off Robert Kwiatkowski's car in the pit, but Talal Nahar continued in the run. And right now we have information from the depot that Robert Kwiatkowski is actually asking for a 5 minutes break. So I wonder why is it if something technical happened after the contact, which would be really unusual in the virtual world. But as we can see, Robert Kwiatkowski and Tal Nahar are already standing on the start, so hopefully everything is alright for Robert Kwiatkowski, as there was no reason for him to have 5 minute break actually, and was not allowed to do it, and will have to start right away. Could be some technical issues, maybe internet problems, or pedals, or a steering wheel, or a handbrake, for example. All those things can break, and we can see it. I remember a famous clip from Max Verstappen where his pedal fell off during the race. But right now, let's see Robert Kwiatkowski on the chase and Talal Nahar in the lead. Talal Nahar with a huge angle, but nice lead line overall. And Robert Kwiatkowski is really close on the door of Talal Nahar. Quite safe run from Robert Kwiatkowski. I believe he can be calm and collected as he shallowed up the angle a little bit to get back on the door of Talal Nahar, and that's what he does exactly as both of these cars go through the finishing line. And I think that is going to come down to the mistake that was made by Talal Nahar, most likely, if I did not see something wrong on Robert Kwiatkowski's lead. But overall, Robert Kwiatkowski with a really good chase line over there. Right before the outside zone, number 4 slowed down a little bit and then showed up to get back on the door, but nothing significant or crucial for Robert Kwiatkowski right now, especially if he maybe had some technical problems with his sim rig. And right it goes, and Robert Kwiatkowski goes to the top 16, and unfortunate for Talal Nahar, who falls out of top 32. But right now we will see Hassan Sharif on the right with the BMW E92 HGK body kit that will face Jakub Bartko with his Toyota Supra. Jakub Bartko, another Czech driver. So let's see, it's a side-by-side initiation from Jakub Bartko, really close, but makes it work on the transition. That was really close, and Jakub Bartko is diving on the inside of the track to the door of Hassan Sharif. Chaser is really going right now, a lot of on the inside, putting maybe both wheels on the curb right now, but Jakub Bartko correcting himself in the end and putting his left wheel on the door of his leader once again. So let's see what really happened there. That's incredible proximity from the beginning from Jakub Bartko. Hassan Sharif with slight correction, but and this was a huge mistake from Jakub Bartko, as he had to shortcut the track quite a bit, and he hit Hassan Sharif on transition after touch and go number 1. That's something I didn't see in the first part, but I think Jakub Bartko really hits Hassan Sharif. Of course, there is no decel zone, so if Hassan was decelling, it should not be the mistake of Jakub Bartko. But right now, let's jump right away to the other half. Well, Jakub Bartko will lead in Hassan Sharif. Hassan Sharif is initiating from behind Jakub Bartko. Jakub Bartko with a good lead line, but Hassan Sharif with not such a good proximity, and he's showing up the angle to get back on the door of Jakub Bartko, and really close on the transition. Bartko with a huge angle coming into the last corner, and he holds it. What a run by Jakub Bartko as he comes into the last corner in a huge angle and manages to hold it. And right now we can see the replay of Hassan Sharif chasing down Jakub Bartko, really close proximity on the transitions. So let's see where it's gonna go. If left for Jakub Bartko or right for Hassan Sharif, and Hassan Sharif takes the win from this battle. Unfortunate for Jakub Bartko, who goes out of top 32. And this was the half of top 32, ladies and gentlemen, and we will come back with the another half right now. So give us a few more minutes before we switch the drivers, and we will be back right away. ladies and gentlemen, we are back with another half, and right now we are starting strong with Samuel Kuti in the lead, and in the chase will be Dominic Kirali from the United States of America. Czech-American battle. That's gonna be interesting one, as Samuel Kuti is fighting for the championship title, being on a 5th position, I think, in a championship, and he can gain some interesting and important points for him to get to the top. And he was quite deep on the inside clip number 1, not the optimal line from Samuel Kuti, but there is not enough proximity from Dominic Kirali as well, who has to dive really hard on the last corner, and Samuel Kuti on a nice lead line, but Dominic Kirali manages to put his wheel on the door of Samuel Kuti in the last corner. Let's look at the replay. What was going on there? Dominic Kirali, with quite a big proximity from the beginning, has to dive on Samuel Kuti, who could be a little bit closer on the inside clip number 1. Dominic Kirali is trying to chase down Samuel Kuti for the whole run, basically, and dives right back on the door at about half of the outside zone number 4. So Samuel Kuti could be with a little bit of advantage coming into the second part of the battle, even though, of course, we are judging, as everybody is nowadays, lead to lead, chase to chase, so there will be comparing both leads and both chases by those drivers. But right now, Samuel Kuti will chase down Dominic Kirali from United States of America. There is a big separation as well from Samuel Kuti and Dominic Kirali from beginning that I was not expecting. And Samuel Kuti will have to dive on, but Dominic Kirali on the wrong lead line, as he was not able to get into the inside clip number 1. And Samuel Kuti with a nice proximity right now, and will be diving in the last corner and diving really hard on the door of Dominic Kirali. And this is looking really good for Samuel Kuti, and a hit, contact. I don't know what happened there, but we will see it in the replay. It looked like to me like Dominic Kirali hit the wall, and after that Samuel Kuti hit Dominic Kirali. Let's look at what actually happened there. But right now, Samuel Kuti, really nice chase. I think really nice proximity on Dominic Kirali. Right now, a little bit of a proximity. And now here it comes, the dive from Samuel Kuti and contact from Dominic Kirali. And I think that's all he wrote for Dominic Kirali, as he made a huge mistake and making contact in the wall, which caused another contact with Samuel Kuti and Dominic Kirali afterwards. So let's see what the judges will think about this battle right now. Slide them left for Dominic Kirali, slide them right for Samuel Kuti. And here we go. And it goes right for Samuel Kuti, and Samuel Kuti is taking the win and moving to top 16. That's a great news for Czech drivers and for Czech audience, as Samuel Kuti gets the win. And right now we will see Muhammad Ali in the lead and Al-Ghetami Abdullah on the chase. Muhammad Ali with the red S14, I believe, and Muhammad Ali in the chase with Lexus LFA. Oh, and Abdullah Al-Ghetami jumping the start line. He can do it as a chase, but it did not pay off, I think, as Ali Mohammed shot forward with a huge angle right now, coming into the inside clip number 1. And Abdullah Al-Ghetami needs to dive and needs to find some pace and find some grip to get back on the door of Muhammad Ali, who is on a nice lead line right now. And Abdullah Al-Ghetami finds his pace in the last few moments of the track. So let's see the replay, as Al-Ghetami with quite a big proximity from Ali Mohammed. And he's washing off on the wrong side of the track. That's the reason he needs to find the pace again and dive on the door of Ali Mohammed. Ali Mohammed on quite a nice lead line, I think, really close to the wall as well. Abdullah Al-Ghetami putting the wheel of his Lexus LFA on Muhammad Ali's door right on the finishing line. both guys turning around very effectively, I have to say. And right now, Abdullah Al-Ghatami with his Lexus, white Lexus LFA on the lead, and Ali Mohammed in the chase. Potentially Ali Mohammed with a little advantage coming into this battle, so let's see if he's gonna keep some proximity and keen more on mimicking. But Ali Mohammed initiating, and I think there was a contact maybe even from Ali Mohammed to Abdullah Al-Ghatami, and that's a really crazy run so far. Ali Mohammed is trying to shorten the proximity now, as Ali Mohammed in a huge angle coming into the last corner, and Ali Mohammed is not diving on the door as I was expecting. He does now, but Abdullah Al-Ghatami shallowing up the angle, and that's not really what we want to see. Whoa, what a proximity on initiation. Even though I don't think there was a contact, I didn't see any upsetting of the car from Abdullah Al-Ghatami, but Ali Mohammed needs to find the pace once again, and a really crazy transition as well right before going to the outside zone number 4, and Abdullah Al-Ghatami even hit the wall. And we are still waiting in the decision. Slide him left for Abdullah Al-Ghatami, slide him right for Ali Mohammed. Let's see, of course, we have David Kalash, Andrzej Kobek, and Jakub Zapošek. Don't need to tell you about those guys, I believe. Still waiting for the decision. And it's going right for Ali Mohammed. Ali Mohammed taking the win from this battle, and will be going to top 16, where he's gonna face Samuel Kuti. Right now we have Talhat Semenemes and John Elgood. Talhat Semenemes with a GT86 in the lead, and John Elwood in the chase. Oh, and John Elwood with a huge proximity and a huge angle, and he had to back off and shortcut the track heavily as he puts those two wheels off the track on the inside. A lot of left foot brake, and Talhat Semenemes a little bit on the inside right now. Is he gonna hold it and not hit the wall? And he does. Not make contact with the wall, and John Elwood is pushing as both guys cross the finishing line. And John Elwood, we can see really close, making some mistakes, I think, from his side on the initiation, as Talhat Semenemes on quite a nice lead line, I would say, scraping the bumper on the wall, and John Elwood pushing really close right in the end. Right now we will see both of these guys in different positions. Talhat Semenemes backing off a little bit to find a better spot for his start in the chase, but John Elwood on the lead. Talhat Semenemes on the chase, Talhat Semenemes close from the beginning, and both guys initiate in a huge angle. Talhat Semenemes in slightly less angle, but John Elwood is wide, washing off on the inside clip number 1, and Talhat Semenemes is back in the rhythm on the door of John Elwood, a little bit wider now than John Elwood, and we will have to make a huge dive, and John Elwood goes forward and hits the wall, and Talhat Semenemes lost in the smoke and has to shallow up. There was a scrappy ending from both of these guys, as it looks like Talhat Semenemes was really diving a lot off on the left of the track, and John Elwood was actually shooting forward and hitting the wall afterward. Really close proximity from Talhat Semenimes right here as he transitions to the last corner, and it looks like, of course, John Elwood is supposed to be deep from the beginning on the zone, but for Talhat Semenimes, for the chase driver, the only clipping point for you is actually the leader. And Talhat Semenimes was predicting for John Elwood to be deeper in the zone from the beginning. I think that's the reason why there was a separation. So not ideal lead line from John Elwood that caused this little separation. And as we always say, there is no good chase without a good lead. So, and as it was said in the briefing many times by David Kalash, actually, as a leader, you are not supposed to trying to run away. You are supposed to try and have a 100-point qualifying run in the lead position. But right now we can see Vladimir Dobek that is gonna be facing Gert Kubarsev. Gert Kubarsev in the red E36 and Vladimir Dobek with Nissan S14. Let's see how it goes. Gert Kubarsev in a huge angle, Vladimir Dobek in a less angle, and the proximity gets bigger and bigger as Vladimir Dobek have to dive right back on the door of Gert Kubarsev, who was not as deep as he could be in the outside zone number 3. Vladimir Dobek really close on the transition and now makes a huge corrections to put the wheel on the Gert Kubarsev E36, and he manages to do that right in the end. But overall, Vladimir Dobek unfortunately made some mistake in the beginning and lost some ground on Gert Kubarsev. As we can see, Vladimir Dobek had some proximity and he has to compromise the outside zone number 2 and goes on the inside of the track to be able to get on the door of Gert Kubarsev even after the inside clip number 2, and now makes a very brave dive, but was kind of on the inside, left full brakes to put his wheel on the door of Gert Kubarsev. As I said before, Vladimir Dobek, who is actually driving the exact same car in the real life with the exact same livery with LS3, who actually in the 2024 season finished with a huge crash on track Sosnova and will be coming back this season, I believe, as they rebuilded the car. But right now we will see Vladimir Dobek in the lead and Gert Kubarsev in the chase. Gert Kubarsev to chase down Vladimir Dobek. Both guys initiate a really good job from Vladimir Dobek right now, but Gert Kubarsev is really close on his door, makes transition, and Vladimir Dobek really nice and deep, too deep now, as we can see a cloud of dirt coming back from the axle of the S14. That was a huge mistake from Vladimir Dobek, and I think he made a little contact with the wall as well. So a few mistakes here and there from Vladimir Dobek, especially at around the outside zone number 3, where he put down the wheel of the track. Most likely, let's see from the replay actually if it was the case or if it was just the curb. He was deep nonetheless. Gert Kubarsev trying as hard as he can, and Vladimir Dobek right here, I think it's over the curb. I think it's one wheel on the curb and one wheel off the track. That's gonna hurt Vladimir Dobek's lead line quite a bit. And the winner of the battle is Gert Kubarsev, so Vladimir Dobek unfortunately falls out. But right now, another interesting battle with a Czech driver, and I believe a lot of the Czech fans that are watching will be wishing for Adam Tomeček with his grey E86 to win, and he is going against Matěj Oravec actually, so it's a Czechoslovakian battle. If I'm not mistaken, Matěj Oravec in a huge angle, Adam Tomeček right behind him, and small mistake by Adam Tomeček as he goes into a huge angle and had to sacrifice some ground and some track as he pushes on the inside. And Matěj Oravec on the transition to the last corner, very close to the wall, almost thought he's gonna hit it, but not the job from Adam Tomeček that I would be expecting from him, as he made some mistakes in the first part of the tracks. Let's see from the replay. Adam Tomacek throwing it all good, but all the mistakes happened on the transition after the outside zone number 2, where he put his car into huge angle and went too much on the inside of the track. Well, let's see how it's gonna go in a switched position where Adam Tomacek will lead in Matej Oravec, but it's not looking too good for Adam Tomacek, unfortunately. His beautiful car. Adam Tomacek with a nice initiation, but Matej Oravec with much better chase line. The proximity is not there, but Adam Tomacek is too deep, and there was a big mistake. I'm not sure if there was a hit from Matej Oravec or a weird transition from Adam Tomacek, and now a huge mistake as Adam Tomacek goes into the wall, and we will have to check the replay what actually happened there, if he was hit by Matej Oravec or Adam Tomacek braking in the transition, as they are supposed to brake after the transition when they settle the car in the angle. So let's see what really happened there. Matej Oravec on a fairly good... Oh, and there was a hit, I think, from Matej Oravec. He hit Adam Tomacek. There was definitely contact. And here on the transition, he hit Adam Tomacek twice on transitions. The judges will definitely have to look if Adam Tomacek was braking too much or slowing down, or Matej Oravec was too eager to transition. It looks like a mistake from Matej Oravec. So let's see where it's gonna go. And even though when I thought it's not looking too good for Adam Tomacek, and now I think Adam Tomacek is probably the one who could take the win, but it all depends on who the judges will blame for those mistakes on transitions when there was contact between Matej Oravec and Adam Tomacek. Slide him left for Adam Tomacek and right for Matej Oravec. Judges are saying that there might have been some braking on the inside clip number 2 from Adam Tomacek, but was probably not slowing the car down. It was just slightly left foot braking. Judges still discussing the matter, what happened there. So the winner is Adam Tomacek, and now I will try... And right now I will try to get into an interview with David Kalash about the decision of this one, as there were 2 contacts, I believe. One was from, both were probably from Matej Oravec, but on the inside clip number 2 and on the transition to the last corner. David, can you tell us your point of view on this? Who was to blame in this one? And we cannot hear you, David. Give me one moment. I will try to fix it as... Can we try it? Is it working now?
We can try. Is it working?
Yeah, it's working really good.
Perfect. So I need to say that on the lead run of the A86, it was not a perfect one, but this is still not allowing the chaser to hit the leader in those ways. We've been mainly looking on the last contact, which pushed the leader into the wall, where There was a small adjustment around the touch and go, but the chaser should be able to adapt a little bit to small mistakes which are happening in front of him, and it is not allowing to shoot your opponent directly into the wall. That's why we decided that it was a mistake of the BMW, and the Toyota is going through.
Okay, thank you very much for the explanation, and we will move on right back to the next two contenders. That will be Saif Hamdan and Randy Noah. Saif Hamdan on the lead and Randy Noah on the chase right now. So here we go. Saif Hamdan in the lead, Randy Noah in the chase. Saif Hamdan with a good lead line, and there is a huge problems by Saif Hamdan, as both of these drivers go into the last corner, and Randy Noah makes a huge dive and crashes into the door of Randy Noah. So let's see in the replay what really happened there, as Saif Hamdan looks like hit Randy Noah. And as we can see, Randy Noah with quite a good lead line right now, but if it's gonna be enough to make up for the mistake that happened in the first half of the battle, that's the question right now. Let's see in the replay as both of these guys go through the track once again. Much better from Randy Noah this time, I believe. Both drivers are going into the last corner right now. And let's go. Slide him left for Randy Noah. Slide him right for Saif Hamdan. Judge is still deciding where the mistake was actually made. I can hear the judges still deciding what happened and who's gonna be to blame. if you're wondering, the judges are still deciding at this moment. So the decision is obviously not clear and there are topics to discuss. So we will see where it's gonna go right now, if it's gonna be left for Randy Noah or right for Hamdan Saif. And I believe we have the decision at this moment. And the winner is Randy Noah takes the win, even though it was a split decision, and Jakub Zapošek goes for Hamdan Saif, as David Kalash and Ondřej Koubek going for a Randy Noah. So interesting call. As we can see, there was some discussion and the judges were not actually agreeing exactly who is the one that's gonna go into the top 16, but we are clear now and we will be moving on to another battle where will we see Michael Veras with his Chevrolet Corvette C7, and against him is gonna be Niklas Netušil with Volkswagen Golf Mark IV. So that's gonna be interesting battle actually, because we can see a huge American vehicle against a small German one actually. So let's see Michael Veras on the initiation and Niklas Netušil on the chase. And we can see Niklas Netušil is nowhere to be found, has to shortcut the track quite a bit to get back on the door of Michael Veras over there. But Michael Veras with quite a nice lead line as he puts his bumper on the wall and he goes pretty close, but Niklas Netušil is creeping back in the chase as he puts the wheel on the door of Michael Veras right over the finishing line. But yeah, from the beginning a little bit messy from Niklas Netušil. As you can see, a really sharp transition and trying to find a recipe, but it's almost like the car wants to do wild things, moving from left to right on Michael Veras's Volkswagen Golf. Does not look like an easy car to drive. With a short wheelbase, it could make sense that it's not really easy to drive. And right now we will see both guys in a different position, where Niklas Netušil from Germany will lead in Michael Veras from United States of America. And here we go, quite of a late start from Niklas Netušil right now. Michael Veras on the door of Niklas Netušil from the beginning, but some mistakes were made, I think, from Niklas Netušil, who went too deep into the outside zone number 2 and made a huge mistake putting the tires off the track. Michael Veras is trying to get back on the door of Niklas Netušil, who hits the wall and ends his run basically because Niklas Netušil was going straight in the last corner for a few moments, and that's gonna be deemed as incomplete run. Most likely, let's see what really happened in the beginning. Michael Veras really close, but Niklas Netušil going on the grass for a brief moment and getting his car in a huge angle. And Michael Veras getting back on the door right here on the door of Niklas Netušil, but once again Niklas with a huge mistake as he hits the wall with the rear part of his car and straightens the car for a huge part of time. So I believe this is gonna go in the favor of the American right here. So slide it right for Michael Veras, slide it left for Niklas Netušil. Still waiting for a decision for the winner of this battle. It should be easy decision, so let's see if it's gonna go, and it's going right, of course, for Michael Veras. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, we will come back with a little restart of the server, as we have to put a car of the last guy on the server as well, so we will be back in a few moments. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back just to finish the last battle of top 32, and that's gonna be David Beckmanis and Galik Gergo. David Beckmanis from Latvia, Galik Gergo from Hungary. Beautiful MT on the side of David Beckmanis. And of course, Galik Gergo with Toyota Supra A80. And here we go, David Beckmanis on the lead, Galik Gergo on the chase. David Beckmanis with a huge angle, and Galik Gergo a little bit washing off, trying to find the pace to get on the door of David Beckmanis. And David Beckmanis with a huge angle, and Galik Gergo with a little bit of proximity, and I almost thought that David Beckmanis is gonna represent off on the concrete, but he did not do that, and David Beckmanis with a really nice finish of the track. Let's see in the replay, as Galik Gergo doing everything he can to get back on the door of David Beckmanis. Not working out too much, as he has to deep down and shortcut the track a little bit to put his wheel back on the door of David Beckmanis, but it's not really happening even in the end. both guys with a similar position in the championship so far, as David Beckman is with a 17th position and Gergo Galik with 19th position in the championship so far. But right now we can see Gergo Galik in the lead. David Beckman is in the chase, and a really nice initiation from both of these guys, and almost contact made by David Beckman. He had to brake a little bit, maybe even slight contact between those cars, as David Beckman transitions really close to Gergo Galik. Now there is some proximity between Gergo Galik and David Beckman, but David Beckman puts his wheel on the door of Gergo Galik as they go through the finishing line. Let's see in the replay, almost making contact from David Beckman on the rear bumper of Gergo Galik. Almost was looking like there was a contact, I'm not really sure. But David Beckman is with a really good job on those transitions and with the proximity, as he dived right here in the last corner on the door of Gergo Galik. And slide him left for Gergo Galik, slide him right for David Beckman, as this was the last battle of top 32, and we will move on to the top 16 in a few moments. And here we go, it goes right for David Beckman, who takes the win and goes to the top 16. So ladies and gentlemen, that was it for the top 32, and we will be right back after a little commercial break with the top 16 battles. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and we are back and we are starting the top 16s right now, and as it's gonna be Ahmed Al-Zubaga in the lead and Kilian Guerlus in the chase right now, and Ahmed Al-Zubaga throwing the car in the angle, and Kilian Guerlus right behind him, diving on the door, maybe a little bit too deep now even. And Ahmed Al-Zubaga with a nice lead line so far. He is where he is supposed to be the whole time. But Kilian, the Frenchman, with a really nice chase, as he made a little bit of a proximity and now made a little contact right before the finishing line from the Guerlus Kilian on Ahmed Al-Zubaga's door, right as both of these guys went across the finishing line. And we will look at the replay what actually happened there. And as we can see, Kilian Guerlus quite close on the initiation. He left some space between him and Ahmed Al-Zubaga on the transitions right here where the outside zone number 3 is. He put the wheel on the door of Ahmed Al-Zubaga. Nice dive from Kilian Guerlus. Needs to readjust a little bit and then taps Ahmed Al-Zubaga a little bit. And right now we will see Ahmed Al-Zubaga but in the chase position to chase down Kilian Guerlus. And there is a huge proximity between Guerlus and between Ahmed right now. And Ahmed needs to dive right back on the door of Kilian Guerlus and needs to shortcut the track hugely to make the distance between him and Kilian Guerlus a little bit lower. And right now he's diving on the door of Kilian Guerlus, who is dragging the bumper on the wall, and that was a sketchy chase run from Ahmed Al-Zubaga. And we have to check in the replay if there possibly were not two wheels off for Ahmed Al-Zubaga. As we will hopefully see the replay in a few moments. Right now, Ahmed Al-Zubaga still waiting for the call, as well as Kilian Guerlus, who's gonna be the one to move into the top 8. And as we can see, Kilian Guerlus with the win from this battle, most likely with a huge mistake Ahmed Al-Zubaga made in his chase run, where he needed to shortcut the track quite a bit and put 1 or 2 wheels off the track. And right now we will see Lucas Pasquini, who is already ready on the starting line, and Joseph Donik that's gonna chase him down, that is getting ready on the line right now. Two very experienced drivers, and both really high in the championship, as Lucas Pasquini is 6th and Joseph Donik 7th in the championship so far. So this is important battle for both of them. Lucas Pasquini with a nice initiation. Joseph Donik with a really nice proximity, loses some ground on the transition and has to dive back on the door of Lucas Pasquini. Lucas Pasquini with a really beautiful lead line so far. If he can keep it, I almost thought he's gonna take the back bumper off the real wall, but he didn't, and I think there might have been some contact from Joseph Donik on the door of Lucas Pasquini, or if not, Lucas Pasquini in this case was quite a bit wide after when the wall ended right before the finishing line. And we can see Joseph Donik on a little late transition now loses some ground, has to shortcut a little bit as he put the right wheel on the curb, but nice transition right here from Joseph Donik. And now Lucas Pasquini, let's see what happened if Joseph Donik hit Lucas Pasquini on the door, and that's exactly what happened. So that's a huge disadvantage in this case for Joseph Donik, who made contact on Lucas Pasquini, who was full throttle, not braking. So Joseph Donik now will lead in Lucas Pasquini. I wonder what went on between those drivers and spotters, because Lucas Pasquini needs to know that he is in a slight advantage right now. So let's see how he's gonna play this battle. But he is really close from the beginning, almost takes Joseph Donik down on the transition, but makes it work perfectly. And Lucas Pasquini with a huge mistake and almost straightens, or maybe even straightens. That's something that I was not expecting to do, but you can see that both of these drivers are playing a big game for the championship title, and Lucas Pasquini, who didn't have to do much to win this battle, in my opinion, after some mistakes from Joseph Donik, who pushed him out. This is a huge mistake for Lucas Pasquini. Oh, maybe not, maybe even straight. Oh, he went straight and reinitiated. If Lucas Pasquini is deemed at fault for this could be game over tonight for Lucas Pasquini. We will see what the judges will think about it, but I don't see any major mistakes from Joseph Donik on the lead, and I think Lucas Pasquini went straight, and that would mean only one thing, and one thing only. So we will see if judges saw the same things I saw. Of course, as I usually say, I'm basically just a spectator, so even though if I say I think one might be at fault, judges are the ones to make the call, and they are the ones who see the faults and see the mistakes much clearer than I do. As it seems we still don't have the decision. Slide it left for Joseph Donik and slide it right for Lucas Pasquini. Still waiting for the call, whether it's gonna be Lucas Pasquini or Joseph Donik. And the winner is Joseph Donik, and Lucas Pasquini, the Frenchman with E82, gets taken out in top 16. A huge run for Joseph Donik, who made some mistakes in his chase, but the luck was on his side as Lucas Pasquini overcome it. And in this nerve-wracking battle, he actually made mistakes on the chase big enough to take him out. But right now we will see Valter Bolacek and Liam Akihiko. Valter Bolacek in the lead, Liam Akihiko in the chase. Liam Akihiko, who is high with points, and Valter Bolacek in a huge angle. Liam Akihiko with slightly lower angle, and still the proximity between Liam Akihiko and Valter Bolacek is not really there, but Liam Akihiko is trying to fight and trying to get much closer to Valter Bolacek's door, and Valter Bolacek makes a huge mistake as he hits the wall a little bit, I think, right in the middle of the wall. I could see some correction from Valter Bolacek, which I think was made from the contact with the wall. Valter Bolacek with a strong lead, but Liam Akihiko some mistakes in the beginning, but whoa, what a transition by Liam Akihiko right there in the end, and Valter Bolacek hitting the wall. So let's see how he's going to go in the different roles. Liam Akihiko in the lead, Valter Bolacek in the chase. Really nice lead, and Valter Bolacek with a really ambitious dive, but almost straightens right now. And for some reason we can see the graphics instead of the run, so we are very sorry about that. But hopefully we will see it in the replay and see how the run actually went. So we will see it one more time from both cameras, because there was a mistake with the graphics. Valter Bolacek right here with a really ambitious dive, but okay, so we will switch to the replay cam real quick. As Valter Bolacek almost straightens on the transition, Oh! And Walter Bolacek hits Liam Akihiko on the... We are sorry for a little mistake in the technicals here. With Walter Bolacek hitting Liam Akihiko on the transition before the last corner, it seems like could be deemed at fault the Hungarian for this attack for Liam Akihiko. So we will see where it's gonna go. Slide it left for Liam Akihiko, slide it right for Walter Bolacek. So we are still waiting as judges are discussing who was at fault. And here we go, it goes left, and Liam Akihiko is the one who is taking the win and going to the top 8. And right now we will see a battle of Robert Kwiczynski. It's gonna go against Hassan Sherif. Hassan Sherif who's gonna be chasing Robert Kwiczynski on the lead. One of these two guys will go in a battle. Top 8 with Liam Akihiko, but let's go Robert Kwiczynski with a late initiation, and Hassan Sherif with a brave dive, but it didn't pay off and needs to cut the track quite heavily once again as he washed off in the corner quite heavily, and both guys are very close in the last corner as Hassan Sherif is on the door of Robert Kwiczynski all the time for the whole last corner, but makes a slight contacts. We will see those contacts nicely on the replay, so let's see how it went. Hassan Sherif a little late on the transition, diving there. The transition costed him a little bit as he washed off after and needed to fight his way back on the door of Robert Kwiczynski. Now this corner was spectacular as Robert Kwiczynski with a huge angle and Hassan Sherif tapping him all the time on the front wheel. Kwiczynski in the chase, chasing down Hassan Sherif, and this is looking much better in the lead and in the chase as Robert Kwiczynski is mimicking the angle and the line of Hassan Sherif really nicely and has to dive in the last corner, and that's what he does. Not as a brave dive as Hassan Sherif did, but really nice in the last corner without any major contacts, I believe, or I would say without any contacts at all. Let's look at the whole run in the replay as Robert Kwiczynski really close on the transition. Great job from Robert Kwiczynski the whole time on the chase, managing to let Hassan Sherif transition with millimeters to spare between him and Hassan Sherif. But Hassan Sherif with a very, very nice lead. Now, just slight contacts between Robert Kwiaczynski and Hassan Sharif, so there were contacts after all, but just a little payback for those little contacts that Hassan Sharif made on the door of Robert Kwiaczynski in the first part of this battle. And it goes right for Robert Kwiaczynski, and Robert Kwiaczynski is the one that goes to the top 8 right now and will be standing against Liam Akihiko. But right now we will see an interesting battle, and it's gonna be Samuel Kuti and Muhammad Ali. Samuel Kuti in the lead, and Muhammad Ali is so far away right now. He's gonna need to dive quite a lot, and Samuel Kuti is in a big advantage from the beginning. Muhammad Ali throws the car in a huge angle, but it doesn't help to find the pace, find the grip to dive right back on the door of Samuel Kuti, and he does. But Samuel Kuti with a really nice lead line, little wavering right before he gets to the outside zone number 4, and Muhammad Ali managed to find his pace right in the last meters of the track. So Samuel Kuti is going to the second half of this battle with a huge advantage. As you can see in the replay, Muhammad Ali was quite far away almost the whole time on his chase. He even made a mistake right here between those inside clipping points where he wanted to dive but dived too much and had to back off a little bit. And in the last corner, Samuel Kuti nicely on the wall, and Ali Mohammed with a nice proximity in a few last meters there. Of course, Samuel Kuti's spotter is probably saying, hey, he was really far for the first part of the track. If you're just enough in the battle, mimicking the angle and being a little bit safe, you should be good to go. So let's see if that's what Samuel Kuti is gonna do, or if that's not gonna be the case. And if Samuel Kuti is gonna attack, he jumps the start a little bit, as he really probably wants to be glued on the Ali Mohammed's car from the beginning. Samuel Kuti with nice mimicking, but lacking a little bit of the proximity, which might be actually tactical. And yeah, Samuel Kuti is back on the rear bumper of Ali Mohammed, and both guys into the last corner as Samuel Kuti leaving a small distance between him and Ali Mohammed. And that was nicely tactically done by Samuel Kuti, I believe, as he knows that he can be much closer than he was, but he's just done enough what it's gonna take for him to move to the top 8, I believe. As you can see, Samuel Kuti, even though he is really young of age, really skillfully and experienced, battle for him, I believe, and really good cooperation with the spotter. And right it goes, and Samuel Kuti, the Czech driver, moves to the top 8. And who's gonna face Samuel Kuti, we will see in a few moments in the battle between Talhat Semenemes and Gert Kubarsep. Talhat Semenemes with the GT 86 in the lead. Gert Kubarsep in the chase with the E36 and lacking the proximity in the beginning. And I couldn't be more wrong, as Gert Kubarsep just glued on the back bumper from the beginning. He found some meters and he definitely did put the bumper on Talhat Semenemes. Talhat Semenemes with a and there is a huge contact on the front wheel from Gert Kubarsep on the door of Talhat Semenemes. We will see who was at fault right in the replay. There is a no diesel zone, of course, when you are already in the outside zone number 4, so Talhat Semenemes should be on full throttle. Good work so far from Gert Kubarsep right here, transitioning nicely, leaving a little bit of a space between him and Talhat Semenemes. Transitioning a little bit early right here, and let's see what's gonna make, what happened there. It looks like Talhat Semenemes was actually on the brakes. The question is if he was still slowing down or if he was on the throttle and not dieseling anymore. as the diesel zone is right before the outside zone number 4. But let's see, both guys in a different position where Gert Kubarsep will lead in Talat Semenimes. And here we go, Gert Kubarsep with a nice lead line with a huge angles, and Talat Semenimes is mimicking that lead line pretty nicely, I would say, and the proximity is there also. Whoa, really ambitious transition from Talat Semenimes on the door of Gert Kubarsep, but Gert Kubarsep not as deep as he could be. And let's see in the replay, as we can see from the perspective of the leader. And Gert Kubarsep in the nice lead line, but Talat Semenimes is doing everything he can to stay on the door throughout the whole track, as Gert Kubarsep was not as deep as he really could be in the last outside zone. It's probably gonna come down to the contact in the first half of this battle, where Gert Kubarsep hit Talat Semenimes. The question is, was Semenimes breaking too much? And it seems like he was. Gert Kubarsep takes the win, so most likely Talat Semenimes was deemed at fault right in the outside zone number 4. Right now, what we are gonna see is a battle of Randy Noah and Adam Tomacek. Randy Noah in the lead, Adam Tomacek in the chase. Adam Tomacek, the Czech driver with the grey A86. And Adam Tomacek is having problems in the first part of the track once again, as he has troubles with the proximity and staying on the door of Randy Noah. And Adam Tomacek is washing off once again and has to dive quite a lot on the door of Randy Noah, and that was happened, but the proximity was just not there throughout the whole run. He was doing everything he can, but it seems like Adam Tomacek keeps making some mistakes in the first part of the track. And as you can see, Adam Tomacek trying to find the recipe, and right now he will transition and washes off a little bit. Now has to dive. I don't know why, but it looks like Adam Tomacek is lacking the grip of on Randy Noah to keep the pace. And right now, in the second part of the battle, in a switched position where Adam Tomacek will lead in Randy Noah, and Adam Tomacek needs to do everything he can to win this battle and hope for the best. And as he made some mistakes in his chase position, Adam Tomacek with a nice initiation and a nice transition to the outside zone number 2, and in a good lead line in between those inside cliffs. But Randy Noah is there with him the whole time. But Adam Tomacek, oh, in a huge angle. Oh, I'm not sure if that's what the judges will want to see, but Randy Noah making maybe some mistakes as he taps the front axle of Adam Tomacek. That was really close in the final part, but I don't think Randy Noah needed to do that. Let's look at the lead line of Adam Tomacek, which is really nice, I think. Always flirting with the edge of the track. Oh, he could be a little bit deeper in the outside zone number 3. Randy Noah with a mistake there. Almost didn't leave enough space for Adam Tomacek to transition. And right now, Adam Tomacek not as deep as he could be. And Randy Noah hitting his front wheel. So let's see where it's going to go. Left for Adam Tomacek, right for Randy Noah. And it looks like we have the decision, and the winner of this battle is Randy Noah. Is getting the win for this battle and going to the top 8, and unfortunately Adam Tomacek Adam Tomeček just ending in top 16 battles. Right now we will see the last battle of top 16, and it's gonna be Michael Veras with his Chevrolet Corvette C6, C7, I'm sorry, and against him David Beckmanis with BMW M2. Michael Veras on the lead position and David Beckmanis in the chase, as David Beckmanis is trying his best, and Michael Veras with a huge angle and washes off a little bit, not being as close to the inside clip number 1 as he can, but David Beckmanis with a nice work on the chase. Michael Veras on the transition to the last corner, with David Beckmanis being even deeper than him, but David Beckmanis closing up the proximity in the final meters of the lead. Of the run, I mean, I'm sorry. So let's see how it looked like on the replay from David Beckmanis' perspective. Michael Veras with a huge angle right there, but David Beckmanis with a huge, great job in the chase as he transitions really closely. Very well timed transitions. Michael Veras really close to the wall, but David Beckmanis did a really good job. This run was looking good on both the lead and the chase perspective, so right now we will see. Oh, and Michael Veras goes really early, probably to catch up David Beckmanis, but there is still some proximity, and I think Michael Veras can close it up right before end. What happened right there? Michael Veras with a little angle, and David Beckmanis is really wide, and this is not looking really nice. This is looking kind of scrappy compared to the first part of the truck. And Michael Veras is on the inside. That's not the place where he is supposed to be. Michael Veras with a few mistakes, but major mistakes, I would say, that we can see. We will hopefully see them from the replay. You can see Michael Veras jump the line a little bit so he can catch up with David Beckmanis. He does, everything is good in the initiation, but right now Michael Veras, something happened on the transition, as he didn't transition into a big angle, but into a shallow one, and had problems almost not to reinitiate, but to increase the angle. And right now, again, problems for Michael Veras on the transition, as he transitioned on the inside of the track. Not the place you want to be as a chaser. As a chaser, the only thing you're supposed to be chasing down is the leader. Leader is your only clipping point. So being on the inside of the track, that's not the place you want to be. But slide it left for David Beckmanis, and left it goes. David Beckmanis is the one that goes to the top 8, and that is absolutely understandable. And ladies and gentlemen, that was the last battle of top 16, and we will have to restart the server once again and get... Okay, excuse me, we will be actually going right away to the top 8 action, so that's my fault. No restart, so don't go anywhere from your computers, TVs or TV phones, because we are here with the top 8 right away, and it's gonna be Joseph Donik. That's gonna be against Kilian Guerlus. As we can see on the nice graphics, Kilian Guerlus versus Joseph Donik, then Liam Akiko and Robert Kwiaczynski, Samuel Kuti and Gerd Kubersep and Randy Noah and David Beckmanis. This is our top 8, and we can see some nice names, but also we cannot see some nice names that were in the top 32 as well and dropped out really early. One of them being, of course, Alex O'Hara, who dropped down at the top 32, who was, or right now still is, the leader of the championship so far, but everything can change after round number 3. Right now the drivers need to switch out the positions, as I was just about to say, as Joseph Donik is going to be leading with the white Nissan Silvia S14, and Kilian Guerlus on the chase with Toyota Supra A80. Joseph Donik from the United States of America and Kilian Guerlus from the France, of course. Joseph Donik 7th in the championship, so he's fighting for a lot. He's fighting for precious points. Let's see if he's going to be able to keep them and gain some more. Both guys doing really nice job so far, but Kilian Guerlus with a huge mistake, I think. as he lost a lot of ground. And Kilian Guelus is so much on the outside of the track and trying to get back on the door of Joseph Donik in the end. Let's see what really happened there from the replay camera. As Kilian Guelus is from the beginning is missing quite a lot of proximity, now has to brake not to get caught up in the transition behind Joseph Donik. And nice transition from Kilian Guelus here and there, but Joseph Donik could be a little deeper on the wall as well. I would say that was a little bit scrappy from the lead and the chase, as we've seen some mistakes I would not be expecting to see in top 8 action. And let's see both drivers in a switched position. Kilian Guelus in the lead, Joseph Donik in the chase. Joseph Donik with a smaller angle than Kilian Guelus, but Kilian Guelus is on a nice lead line right now. Might have been a little bit too deep on the outside zone number 3, but not as significant. And oh my god, and a huge problems for Kilian Guelus as he overshot it. I'm not sure if there was a problem from the chaser. Let's see from the replay what really happened there. Maybe we will even see some slow motion. And right now, Joseph Donik on the chase. He has some problems on the transition as he had to slow down the transition and ended up in a smaller angle. Has to readjust a little bit. But right now, let's see what really happened. Nice slow motion action, but I don't think there was a contact from Joseph Donik. Maybe the previous transition, but I don't know. Slide it left for Kilian Guelus right now and slide it right for Joseph Donik. And Kilian Guelus with the win, so Joseph Donik most likely deemed at fault for the contact. And that's one more guy from the top spots that is falling out of the competition. As I can see some questions in the chat. But right now, let's jump back to the track where we will see Robert Kwiaczynski in the lead and Liam Akihiko in the chase. Both really experienced guys. Liam Akihiko second in the championship, making a huge contact with Robert Kwiaczynski right now. Robert Kwiaczynski getting hit by Liam Akihiko in the first corner. And Liam Akihiko trying to get back on the rhythm and back on the door of Robert Kwiaczynski, and both of the drivers over the finishing line in the end. So let's see what really happened there. What caused the contact? Robert Kwiaczynski maybe braking a little bit after the diesel zone. But the rest of the track looked pretty okay as Liam Akihiko on a close transitions and diving back on the door in the last corner, on the door of Robert Kwiaczynski. So let's see both of those guys in the reversed position where Robert Kwiaczynski will chase down Liam Akihiko. Liam Akihiko with a huge angle, and Robert Kwiaczynski washed off a little bit as he was not on the place where he would want to be, but he's back in action and making huge contact once again with Liam Akihiko as he shot forward in a smaller angle and hit Liam Akihiko on the door and transitions to the last corner and touching the wheel of Liam Akihiko from Robert Kwiaczynski as both of these guys go over the finishing line. That was interesting as we have seen contacts on both sides. From Liam Akihiko, but from Robert Kwiaczynski as well. And you can see it looked like Robert Kwiatkowski's fault as he transitioned into smaller angle and wanted to get back on the door of Liam Akihiko, but did it too eager, too aggressive, and hit Liam Akihiko. Slide it left for Liam Akihiko. And we have the decision. And the decision is one more time. Robert Kwiatkowski will fight one more time against Liam Akihiko. And here we go. Robert Kwiatkowski in the lead. Liam Akihiko in the chase. And Robert Kwiatkowski with a huge angle, but Liam Akihiko with a really nice chase as he's doing a really great job of mimicking the angle of Robert Kwiatkowski, and this was a beautiful run from both of these drivers. As we can see in the replay camera, as Liam Akihiko with a really clean chase, as well as Robert Kwiatkowski with a nice lead line. Both drivers correcting their mistakes. Robert Kwiatkowski could be a little bit deeper there, but Liam Akihiko taking a full advantage of it, being able to put his wheel on the door of Robert Kwiatkowski. Right now in a switch position where Liam Akihiko will lead in Robert Kwiatkowski. Robert Kwiatkowski losing a lot of ground and making smaller angle than Liam Akihiko quite a bit. Robert Kwiatkowski with a huge corrections, and Liam Akihiko most likely on the way to take the win from this battle as he's scraping the bumper on the wall in the last corner. Robert Kwiatkowski finding the recipe to put the wheel back on the door of Liam Akihiko, but Robert Kwiatkowski, as we will see in the replay, with a huge mistake there. Robert Kwiatkowski with a major mistake, I think. And slide it left for Liam Akihiko, slide it to right for Robert Kwiatkowski. Still waiting for a decision of the judges from this battle. So here we go, we have the decision as it seems. And the winner is Liam Akihiko. Left it goes, and Liam Akihiko goes to the top 4. And right now we will see Samuel Kute 236s, which is interesting. It's the only BMW E36 in the CDSV, as I believe. And it is Samuel Kute who will lead in. Gert Kubarsep. Gert Kubarsep with quite a big proximity so far, so let's hope he can shorten it a little bit. And he does, and he's really close on the transition and makes a huge contact on the door of Samuel Kute, who keeps drifting, who did not let us down, and he fought with it. Samuel Kute with a huge angle, but I don't think he was braking enough, and the Gert Kubarsep just died on the door. But let's see from the replay what really happened there. What was the mistake? Samuel Kute fighting for a lot, as he is 5th in the championship currently, and with Alex O'Hara dropping out, he could improve a lot if he was managed to get some points, but Gert Kubarsep most likely on the fault for this mistake, as I did not see Samuel Kute being on the brakes or off the throttle, and Gert Kubarsep as well. Gert Kubarsep as well hitting the wall in his chase position. On the other hand, Gert Kubarsep is 20th in the championship so far. So Samuel, the Czech driver, is literally fighting for everything in this championship. And Samuel will be in the chase and Gert Kubarsep in the lead. So let's see how Samuel will cope with Gert Kubarsep's lead. Samuel Kute with a nice mimicking and a nice angle. He has just enough proximity, but Samuel Kute is losing himself in the smoke of Gert Kubarsep right now. Samuel Kute being too deep behind Gert Kubarsep, and right now on a huge angle. And Samuel Kute in problems against Gert Kubarsep. Well, that is unexpected, as we can see from the chase camera right now. Samuel Kute with a really nice chase right now. And now what happened there? Samuel Kute with one wheel off. Whoa, Samuel Kute with a brave dive, but then brakes too much and slows down his car too much. And 2 major mistakes from Samuel Kute. Of course, we have seen a big mistake from Gert Kubarsep as well. So let's see what's gonna happen now as sliding left for Kubarsep and sliding right for Samuel Kute. Samuel Kute, who was with a huge advantage coming into the second part of this battle. And our judges David Kalaš, Ondřej Koubek, Jakub Zapoušek still deciding where it's gonna go. And it is one more time, so we will see this battle one more time right away. And I don't know how about you, but I believe that you will be very happy to see this battle one more time again, as Samuel Kute will lead in once again Gert Kubarsep. And here we go. Gert Kubarsep shortening the proximity once again and really close on the transition, and making the same mistake as he did in the previous round, and hits Samuel Kute in the first corner, and right now Samuel Coté is going for a big advantage and a possible advantage to the top 4, and Gert Kubarsep hits one more time on the door of Samuel Coté, and Samuel Coté right now is going into the second half of this battle with a huge advantage, so hopefully for Samuel Coté and hopefully for the Czech fans, he will be able this time to work with this advantage a little bit better. As you can see, Gert Kubarsep in the replay hitting Samuel Coté, but Gert Kubarsep with a huge transitions on the final outside zone and making a nice little contact. So other than the mistake in the first corner, pretty solid run on both sides. But let's go, Samuel Coté chasing down Gert Kubarsep right now. Samuel Coté a little bit further than Gert Kubarsep was, but Samuel Coté not hitting Gert Kubarsep, and Samuel Coté is not making the same mistake and is putting his left wheel on the rear wheel of Gert Kubarsep, and this is looking much better for Samuel Coté this time. Samuel Coté needs to readjust his angle a little bit, and he is just inches away from Gert Kubarsep on this run, and this could go in the favor of Samuel Coté this time. Let's see in the replay one more time. Samuel Coté doing everything what he has to do right in here, putting the wheel on the wheel of Gert Kubarsep, cutting the track a little bit to get back on the door of Gert Kubarsep. Here only mistake I see from Samuel Coté, as he needed to shallow up the angle a little bit to get back on the door of Gert Kubarsep, which he did tremendously. And right now, slide it left for Gert Kubarsep, slide it right for Samuel Coté, and we have the decision, and the winner of this battle is Samuel Coté from Czech Republic, and that is second top 4 battle that is almost created. Right now we will see who's going to be in the top 4 with Samuel Coté. It's either David Beckmanis, who's chasing down Rendinoa. And here we go. Rendinoa in the lead, Beckmanis in the chase. And David Beckmanis and Rendinoa in a really nice line. David Beckmanis on a slightly shallow angle, but the proximity is really there from David Beckmanis. Rendinoa on the other hand, with not such an aggressive run as we could see, and David Beckmanis even deeper than Rendinoa, and this is a nice work on the chase and the lead. Rendinoa with a really solid lead line. So as we can see in the replay, David Beckmanis putting the wheel on the door of Rendinoa. And let's get going into the second half of this battle. David Beckmanis in the lead right now, and Rendinoa in the chase. And we can see Rendinoa jumping a little bit to start a little bit earlier, as he can get really close on David Beckmanis. And David Beckmanis with a huge swinging of the car, and it's working so far. But Rendinoa with a really solid chase run, now losing some ground from Rendinoa, but is really close on the transition as David Beckmanis and Rendinoa go into the last corner. Rendinoa with a slightly less angle, but with a wheel almost touching David Beckmanis, but David Beckmanis with a really strong lead line, especially those angles in the first corners. So let's see from the perspective of a lead run. Randy Noah doing everything he can on the chase. He lost some ground there, but other than that, doing pretty solid run. But Randy Noah, pinpoint perfect almost on the lead run. Slide it left for Randy Noah, slide it right for David Beckmanis. And the winner of this battle is David Beckmanis, who takes the win and goes to the top 4, where he will battle Samuel Kuti in the second battle of the top 4. Right now we have 2 battles. Kilian Guerlus, who will face Liam Akihiko in the first battle, and it's gonna be, as we can see on the graphics now, 4 drivers: Kilian Guerlus, Liam Akihiko, Samuel Kuti, and David Beckmanis. Kilian Guerlus with 91 points from qualifications will lead in Liam Akihiko, and he will not have an easy task, as Liam Akihiko is currently second in the championship and is hungry for being first, as Alex O'Hara dropped down in a top 32 battle, and Liam Akihiko being the winner of the round 2, he is hungry for his battle. So let's see what he will do with Kilian Guerlus. Liam Akihiko really close and lost some ground. Liam Akihiko on a transition right behind Kilian Guerlus. Kilian Guerlus on a really nice lead line so far. No major mistakes I can see from Kilian Guerlus. Liam Akihiko needs to dive in with a shallow angle. That's not what I would expect from Liam Akihiko, as I was expecting much more aggressive run from Liam Akihiko. Liam Akihiko was going to this battle with 84 points from qualifications. Is it possibly not Liam Akihiko's day, as he's not maybe performing as he would want to, even though he is in the top 4? So he managed to battle it out, but Liam Akihiko really had to fall back a little bit from the battle in the first corner, as he was really close, and right now with a shallow angle and on the inside. On the other hand, Kilian Guerlus with a nice lead line, even very close to the wall in the last outside zone. But let's see how it's gonna go in a different switched positions, when Liam Akihiko will lead in. Kilian Guerlus, United Kingdom versus the France. Liam Akihiko with a nice initiation, but a huge angle, and that's not looking good for Liam Akihiko in my opinion, as he was almost backwards entry and slowing down, but Kilian Guerlus hit him in the corner, but both guys keep continuing. Kilian Guerlus find a way to get back on the door of Liam Akihiko, and Kilian Guerlus goes off the track, and we will see who was deemed at fault, and also Kilian Guerlus with going off the track near the finishing line. Well, it looked like Liam Akihiko was already on the throttle, so it might have actually been Kilian Guerlus' mistake. Judges will have to decide right now who was the one at fault, and right now let's see what Kilian Guerlus made right where the finishing line is. Well, he went off the track, so that could not play in his hand as well, as you are supposed to finish the run under control, so not going off the track, not spinning out. So let's see, slide it left for Liam Akihiko, slide it right for Kilian Guerlus. We are now deciding who is gonna go to the big final, battling for the first place, and who is gonna go to the battle for the third. And right now it is about to happen, and it's Liam Akihiko going to the big finals, and Kilian Guerlus to the small finals, battling for the third place. And now it's gonna be interesting, because now it's gonna be Samuel Kuti from Czech Republic versus the Latvian warrior David Beckmanis. 2 BMWs, BMW E36 on Samuel Kuti's side, and BMW M2 on David Beckmanis' side. Could we eventually see Samuel Kuti against Liam Akihiko fighting for the first place? That would be really interesting. And really good for Samuel Kuti, the Czech driver's points for the championship. And right now, both guys in the initiation. Samuel Kuti with a nice lead line so far, and David Beckman is falling back a little bit. Needs to dive back on the door of Samuel Kuti, and that's what he does really nicely and mimicking the angle and the line of Samuel Kuti. Really good. Samuel Kuti going into the last corner, but David Beckman is right on his door, and Samuel Kuti will have to fight with everything he can in the next part of the battle to get the win eventually, as David Beckman did a really good job. As we can see on the replay, David Beckman is really close. He lost some proximity in the beginning, but going really nicely back on the door. Samuel Kuti with a really solid lead line though, so that could play in his hands. As you can see, you cannot do a good chase run if there is no good lead run. Samuel Kuti definitely with a good lead run, so we will see where it's gonna go, as now we will see David Beckman lead in Samuel Kuti in the second half of this battle. And here we go, last battle of top 4. David Beckman is in the lead, Samuel Kuti in the chase. Oh, late initiation, David Beckman with a huge angle, but Samuel Kuti coping with it really nicely. David Beckman is back on the nice qualifying line, and Samuel Kuti is losing some proximity, but he's gonna dive back on the door of David Beckman in the last corner. And once again, he went forward, he went backwards a little bit and makes contact right before the finishing line. So, could we see another one more time maybe, or... or one of these drivers can take the win now. Let's see Samuel Kuti as he managed to chase down David Beckman. He was not as close as David Beckman I'm afraid. David Beckman is closer on the transitions, but Samuel Kuti possibly with a better lead line and making contact there even. I did not spot it. Oh, it's a contact from David Beckman who hit the wall on his own. So right now, I don't know, I thought that it might be even slightly towards David Beckman, but I didn't know, or I didn't see that David Beckman on his own hits the wall right before the finishing line. Not being caused by Samuel Kuti. Where is it gonna go? Is it gonna be David Beckman or Samuel Kuti? We still don't have the result for this battle, as we are still waiting. As David Beckman is currently 17th in the championship order. On the other hand, Samuel Kuti 5th, but not many points for him to gain to be second, or maybe now even first, as Alex O'Hara dropped down. But there is still gonna be a big fight, in the points at least, between Samuel Kuti and Liam Akihiko. And it's one more time. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will see this battle once again, where Samuel Kuti will lead in. David Beckman hopefully with no major mistakes from both sides. Samuel Kuti in a huge angle. David Beckman really close on the proximity. David Beckman once again with a really nice chase line, being really close, even closer than Samuel Kuti was in the first run. Samuel Kuti had in a nice lead line. Dropping or not dropping, getting on the wall in the last corner, but David Beckman is closer than ever, as his front wheel was basically going through the door of Samuel Kuti. So I have to say Samuel Kuti will have not an easy task beating this. As we can see in the replay, whoa, David Beckman is being so close. Is it even possible to beat a chase runner like this, as he is extremely close on Samuel Kuti with a really synchronized transition, and the proximity was pretty awesome basically throughout the whole run. So Samuel Kuti facing a challenge, maybe a challenge of this championship for him, as he will go as a chaser now against David Beckmanis in this one more time battle. David Beckmanis with his candy flick to initiate. Samuel Kuti not as close as David Beckmanis. Samuel Kuti being on the inside, and David Beckmanis is wide as well and making mistakes. If David Beckmanis did not make those mistakes, he could be the one who takes the win, but now those mistakes from David Beckmanis where he drops a wheel, that could play in the hand of Samuel Kuti. Let's see what really happened from the replay. And Samuel Kuti too much on the inside and not with the same proximity as David Beckmanis. But David Beckmanis, look at it, he overshots it and puts a wheel off the track. I don't even want to say it, but this might be even looking like a one more time battle, as both guys made mistakes on this run. Samuel Kuti not being there with the proximity, but on the other hand, David Beckmanis dropping wheel. Now it matters what is more important for the judges. Is it dropping the wheel as a bigger mistake, or is it lacking the proximity as Samuel Kuti did? Right now we are still waiting for the judges to decide whether it is Samuel Kuti or David Beckmanis who is going to the big or small final. Difficult run to judge, as well. As I said, the first run was pretty good from both of these guys, or nearly perfect from both of these guys, but the second part of the one more time battle was kind of scrappy, as Samuel Kuti was not able to close down the proximity on David Beckmanis. And on the other hand, David Beckmanis dropping down a wheel on his lead line. And ladies and gentlemen, I think we are closing down on the result. And it is David Beckmanis as a split decision, as Jakub Zapoušek goes for the one more time. So, yeah, unfortunate for Samuel Kuti, who will be right away in the small final against Kilian Guerlus right now. And then we will see the big final with Liam Akihiko and David Beckmanis. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is the small final of round 3 of Czech Drift Series Virtual. Here on most, where Samuel Kuti is leading in Kilian Guerlus. And Samuel Kuti with a nice lead line, but Kilian Guerlus is missing the proximity and will be trying to close it down, but did not find the recipe yet. He did in the... Oh my god, and there is a huge contact from Kilian Guerlus on the door of Samuel Kuti right on the transition, and that's not gonna be looking, as I think Kilian Guerlus did not leave enough space for Samuel Kuti to transition. We will see it nicely from the replay here. Kilian Guerlus not with the proximity from the beginning, and Samuel Kuti being on a nice lead line, but Kilian Guerlus cutting the track heavily, as he put at least one wheel off the track. And right now, here comes the big mistake. Kilian Guerlus being too close, hits Samuel Kuti, loses the angle. On the other hand, Samuel Kuti copes with it really nicely, and Kilian Guerlus finishing the run with a wheel on the door of Samuel Coté, and once again, I'm saying it, Samuel Coté is going into this battle with quite a big advantage in my opinion. Now is the question, can he do something with advantage like this or throw it away? Samuel Coté really close on the transition, cutting the track slightly, but is much closer than Kilian Guelus was on his chase run. This is a strong part for Samuel Coté where he really can close down the proximity, almost makes contact, and Kilian Guelus hits the wall, and I'm afraid to say it, but Samuel Coté was really close there, and I'm not sure if there was a contact or if there was not a contact. We will surely see it from the production on the slow-mo right before going into the last corner, as we can see Samuel Coté safe distance, really close. Here he can always close it down. Kilian Guelus not on a bad lead line, but right here, what happened? I don't think there was a contact, to be honest. I don't think there is a contact, to be honest. I think Kilian Guelus overshot the speed and ended up in the wall by himself, but we will see how the judges will see it from a different angles, different perspective. And slide it left to Kilian Guelus, slide it right for Samuel Coté. And here we go, Samuel Coté takes the win of this battle and is going to be the third and on the podium of this round. Huge congratulations to Samuel Coté, as we have a Czech representative on the stands. Samuel Coté, great job whole day, and now we will see David Beckmanis in the lead and Liam Akihiko in the chase. Liam Akihiko, who managed to win the last round and is really high in the championship, currently sitting on the second spot. David Beckmanis with a huge flick, and Liam Akihiko missing the proximity right now. He will have to dive. Liam Akihiko on the inside, cutting the track slightly, and David Beckmanis on a nice lead line, and David Beckmanis being wide too as he drops the wheel on the curb, and Liam Akihiko will have to dive really hard in the last corner, and that's what he does. Liam Akihiko is closing the proximity, and David Beckmanis and Liam Akihiko both across the finishing line, and that was a wild one. Let's see from the replay what really happened, but Liam Akihiko right here on the curb with the front wheel, but David Beckmanis right away with the rear wheel on the curb. Let's see what happened right there. Liam Akihiko trying to dive on the door of David Beckmanis. David Beckmanis really close to the wall. Liam Akihiko has to adjust himself a little bit to get closer to David Beckmanis' doors. This could go either way. Right now, Liam Akihiko leading in David Beckmanis. This is the finals of round 3, and both guys goes into a huge angle, and David Beckmanis missing the proximity, but Liam Akihiko with a huge mistakes as he overshots it and did not get close to the inside clip number 1. David Beckmanis is back in the action, and David Beckmanis is doing really nice job today, and Liam Akihiko is scraping his bumper on the last wall, but David Beckmanis leaves no space as he is really close to the door of Liam Akihiko, and David Beckmanis looks like is really doing a great job today. As we will see from the replay, the proximity and the mimicking David Beckmanis can produce is absolutely incredible. Look at the transition, basically scraping the back bumper of Liam Akihiko here as well, and diving back on the door, and once again diving back on the door. David Beckmanis, absolutely amazing right here, maybe with a little tap on the door of Liam Akihiko. Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, this is the final of round 3 Czech Drift Series Virtual here at Most. Liam Akihiko fighting for huge points right here in the championship, as David Beckmanis is 17 in the championship, but Liam Akihiko is second. If Liam Akihiko manages to win, he can jump in front of Alex O'Hara, takes the first, and David Beckmanis is the winner of this battle. Huge congratulations as Liam Akihiko takes the second place, and David Beckmanis well deserved, as he was driving like a mad man the whole day. extremely close battles, a nice mimicking, huge style, and this is what we came here to see. Ladies and gentlemen, that was everything from us. This was the final of round 3. Once again, we have David Beckmanis on the first spot, Liam Akihiko on the second, and Samuel Kuti on the third. We will ask all the drivers if they could go to the podium when we can make some nice photos. And right now, as we can see on the graphics, 20th of April, we will see round 5. I'm sorry, it's round 4. It's just a mistake in the graphics. Round 4 at Slomchin, the Polish track. And as you can see, we are fighting for 200 euros for the first place, 150 for the second, and the third place will take 100 euro. And right now, I will try to get hold of David Beckmanis to get a little interview with him. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, we will try to get a hold of a few drivers, as I don't see David Beckmanis actually on the Discord. So we will jump back and try to interview Liam Akihiko and Samuel Kuti. Same, slyšíme se?
Ano, slyšíme.
Dobrý, já tady upravím hlasitost a snad to bude v pohodě. Vyspovídám nejdřív tebe, třetí příčka, je to krásná práce, měl jsi to dneska takový, mi přišlo trošku jak na horský dráze, protože v některých momentech, kdy si to měl z mýho pohledu skoro jasně vyhraný, tak tam pak přišla nějaká chybka z tvojí strany. Nervíky předpokládám hráli asi obrovskou roli, ale v první řadě si zeptám, Alex Ouhara vypadl v top 32. Koukal jsi na nějaký průběžný bodování, kam bys mohl teďka poskočit?
Úplně jsem nekoukal ještě, ale myslím, že by to mohlo docela dost zamíchat s pořadím. A bylo by to v můj prospěch určitě, takže jsem rád.
Určitě mohlo, já když se na to koukám, Alex Ouhara měl 171 bodů, když šel do třetího kola, nicméně vypadl dost brzo, takže si myslím, že ty a Liam Akihiko určitě poskočíte o dost víc nahoru, někde si asi budete dělit ty první 3 příčky 100%, takže ještě jednou gratuluju. A teďka k té druhé otázce, ty nervíky asi hodně pracovaly u tebe dneska, viď? Mně přišlo, protože, jak jsem říkal, byly situace, kde mi přišlo, že to máš opravdu jako na dlani a pak přišla nějaká chybka a one more time. Tak jak jsi to měl?
Tady ta trať mi docela vyhovuje jako v leadu, že jsem si jistý a mám docela konzistentní jízdy, ale v tom chaseu, jak říkáš, tak jsem hodně haproval nahoru dolů a nebyl jsem vůbec komfortní v tom chaseu, takže bylo to nahoru a dolů, no.
No, každopádně stejně gratulujeme ke třetí příčce, která je naprosto nádherná, protože ta konkurence tady je opravdu obrovská a dosvědčuje to i, že spousta z vás opravdu jezdí v těch soutěžích opravdu té světové kategorie, jako je třeba VDM, kam se ti podařilo dostat. Zeptám se tě, s jakým autem tě uvidíme ve VDMku?
Ve VDMku mě uvidíte v MK4 Supře, kterou jsem pomalu odhaloval na mém Instagramu, takže to bude Supra a ne BMW.
No já jsem zvědavý, budeme tě samozřejmě držet palce, snad tě to nerozhodí ten jiný rozvor například a ten jiný poses v té Toyotě Supře, i když ty jezdíš ze střechy, ne?
Ano, ze střechy jezdím.
Jo, tak ona dneska asi už většina opravdu těch nejvíc špičkových jezdců z té střechy jezdí asi, ne? Jsou to respektive jednotlivci, kteří jezdí z toho kokpitu jako takového.
Přesně tak, ta střecha dovoluje mít větší přehled na těch přelezích a celkově lepší vnímání než z toho kokpitu, který spíš ubírá k tomu benefitu tomu být blíž třeba v chaseu nebo ke zdem.
Dobroš, každopádně samé ještě jednou moc gratulujeme, skvělá práce a budeme se těšit na tebe ve 4. a 5. kole. Right now I will ask Liam, are you here? You have a muted microphone, so... And I can see Liam Akihiko just unmuted himself. I don't hear you right now, so I'm not sure if is everything okay with your microphone and everything. So I will try it one more time. Liam...
There we go.
Oh, there we go. Liam, what a day. And as I was saying with Sam, I think from my perspective was looking kind of similar for you, as it was ups and downs. Some parts really strong, and you're fighting for a lot because Alex O'Hara dropped down in the top 32. And you know Alex O'Hara really well, right? At least I think. What was going on in your mind when you knew that Alex O'Hara dropped down in the top 32, Liam, I'm sorry.
I went into that battle thinking we would just throw it down for everyone and whatever happens, happens. And once we went forwards into top 16, it just made everything a lot clearer. But this track is not the easiest of the round so far, so it made everything really hard.
Oh yeah, it definitely looks much more difficult as there was much more mistakes from the drivers. But for example, for me as a spectator, I kind of like it because the Slovakia ring looked more easier. I think there was, of course, the difficult first transition. But for example, I watched the DCGP last round and it was carnage, such a difficult track. So that's really nice to see that the track is difficult and you have to fight a little bit more for it. But if I'm counting correctly, you might be actually leading the championship right now. You think it's correct?
Possibly, yeah. It might be close.
Okay, Liam, one last question. What was the best battle for you today?
Oh, God. It'd have to be mine and Alex's OMT.
Oh, yeah. And it's really interesting as well as the seeding was kind of unfortunate for you guys as you are top of the class with Alex. Anyway, that is everything from me, but thank you for attending and thank you for those amazing runs, Liam, and we will be very happy to see you in a round 4 in Slomčín. So goodbye, Liam, and that is everything from us today, ladies and gentlemen. And I will have to thank once again for our partners, and it is Autoklub České republiky, BRUDRA, Transport Projekt, Intercars, Ravenol, Hagibor, Shell, and JS Production. So thank you to all the partners, and thank you to all the viewers, and we will be very happy to see you in round 4 in the 20th of April in Slomčín. See you guys.
Transport Project Drift has the best place for your sponsor decals in Slovakia. Transport Project Drift has the best place for your sponsor decals in Slovakia. Transport Project Drift has the best place for your sponsor decals in Slovakia.